All right, everybody, good morning. We are back for a nice long day of Scrabble here from Lagos, Nigeria at the 2023 Mind Games Incorporated Scrabble Grand Slam. We are now past the halfway point. We are going to be picking up our coverage after 3 rounds in the books already today from Nigeria. I'm going to be joining you now for the final 7 rounds of day 2. And then there's a whole other day after that. So I think the players are standing by here. I'm going to give them the go ahead. All good to start as we are up and running here. And hopefully everybody out there on Twitch and YouTube are having a nice day wherever you may be. This game between Tega Okia Mute and Enoch Nawali has a chance to be the fastest game of Scrabble ever played. these two players are lightning fast, so I'm gonna do my best to stay on top. My first game of the morning here, and it's gonna be a challenge. If you blink, you might miss this game. These are two players who are absolutely speed demons at the board, but they manage also to play extremely accurately. So I do expect that in spite of that furious pace, we are going to see a very good game. So let's hope for the best. From a technical standpoint, you'll have to bear with us if there's any issues with the two cameras, the players, and the board, but things are looking good for now, with Enoch going first. These two racks, of course, are not accurate. They're going to get updated shortly. And with these records, 7 and 6, 6 and 7, you're going to be wanting to get a streak of wins here. Both of these players are elite, excellent players, but there's too many good players in this event. Somebody has to lose some games. So both of these two are looking to go on a run of wins as soon as possible. And it would be great for each of them if that started with this game in round 14. So there we go. There's the first rack for Enoch. Hello, Silent Storm. This broadcast is originating from Lagos, Nigeria. It is the culmination of the MGI League series across the many months. It's basically a yearly series. 4 events in the tour, culminating in the Grand Slam with the strongest performing players from those events. As we see Fakey go down here for Enoch. I think that's the skating move. And that looks like a really good play to me to get rid of that F and K together. Hopefully this works. Not quite. Hold on. Get that board centered up for you all. So quickly spotted by Enoch. And they might have moved the timers, which is all right. We'll have to get those back. Oh, actually, no, that's on me. I can get the timers for you both. And bear with me as we get set up. It always takes a little bit. And Iguanas, the play coming back from Tega. Very fast. Again, don't be surprised. Leaving a U, so he's not thrilled to leave that U, but for 32 points, you're definitely going to take it. So the score is all knotted up after the first move of the game. Not sure if there's any tech stuff going on there. Some kind of adjustments being made, but we're just starting out of the stream today, so again, you'll have to bear with us a bit. All right. Tricky situation here. Oh, I see the board moved slightly. All right. And the camera's also moved off of the timer. All right. I think this will do. Got to fix it on the other screen as well. So Enoch has a blank, and he's going to have a couple bingo options here, but they're not easy. This is going to be a bit of a word knowledge check for him. Enoch is known for extremely prodigious word knowledge, and wow, here comes a very nice play. Shop Girl making that blank an L. That's not an everyday find. And Tega could easily challenge this just because it is not that easy of a word to spot, but Tega also has excellent word knowledge. So these two guys are, if they just get the good stuff, oh, let me get that bot going, Dean Wolf. It'll be up momentarily. Forgot to put that up. Always takes a little bit of doing to get back up and running, but Shop Girl for 76 is absolutely beautiful on Enoch's part. And let me try to get that board oriented correctly for you guys. It looks like Enoch. Ooh, okay. So Enoch has played what looked to be a valid word of Phare, but this word that he's about to play is actually not valid. I do expect Enoch to challenge this one if Tega goes ahead and makes this play, and he has. This would be very surprising. I think Enoch, yep, he has neutralized the clock. This is going to be a big mistake. I see the board cam went down. Not a great omen this early, but Tega just not wanting to move ahead with this move without trying to get that U into the word, but unfortunately, this play is going to come off the board. I do have the backup board while we wait, just to show you Enoch trying to play up here, but he is going to be taking that word off the board. See if I can get the camera refreshed. So, of course, you want to use that U, not have to carry UII into your next turn, but carrying all of those letters into your next turn because you played a phony, as we call them, a word that's not in the dictionary, that's not preferable. So up here is the play. It does get challenged off, and play moves back to Enoch with a nice break. He's already up after his first bingo. And he has to consider whether he wants to play to this P or not. Just letting our producer on site know that we lost our board cam. But I'm not sure if I don't think he's played something yet, but in his POV, he might be saying, oh, I really should try to block this P because Tega has the first play he put on the board. If you remember, Tega put fair on the board and then changed it. So will Enoch just let him have that play, or will he play something with his W here? Hoping to get that board cam back so that we can figure it out. I guess from his letters that he's playing, I'm going to assume that Enoch played something with the W in this spot because Tega immediately placed a word on the board, which I suspect is his original option of fair. Again, we're going to have to confirm that. This is probably the worst game to have a technical issue with because they're going to be done before we fix it. They're going to play so fast. We're going to be a ways behind. Just letting him know I can't seem to get it back with a refresh. So, all right, based on Enoch, looks like he left. He left his W, so he might have played something else. I'm not sure what. Did he play apogee? Not sure. Not getting any response yet from on site here. Yeah, Shop Girl is very nice. We're definitely a ways behind in this game. I apologize, everybody. Not really sure what I can do about it as of right now. It's hard to kind of reverse engineer what the players have been playing. I feel like I'm down a little bit, but it seems like it's possible that Enoch did not play off that W and then Tega played fair. I really don't want to speculate until we know for sure. Just kind of refreshing the cache of this camera. The way we're bringing them in remotely is subject to some of this. All right, now they're going to check. Yeah, it's hard. It's pretty hard when you can't see the board. Looks like they're trying to fix it. Hopefully we get it, and then we can try to figure out what the order of moves has been. It looks like Enoch is doing some. Is he designating a blank? No, looks like he's just playing. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Okay, he played Pagel. That makes sense. So he didn't want to block. He didn't want Tega to just have his good play. So Enoch played Pagel. And then Tega played Hollier, clearly. And then I'm guessing that Tega played Garvey. First probably Enoch played Howe to get rid of his W that he had. Yeah, we saw Garvey. That's a nice play, Garvey. All right, he didn't have that. E. Yeah, nice play of Garvey, clearly. And then Jet for Enoch. Obviously, he had that J. And re-incites. Wow, very nice. Okay. Re-incites for 80. That is almost his highest scoring bingo. It places the blank on the... and I know I have to fix the board again. I'm sorry, everybody. Let me do that now. But that's a really nice play by Tega. Hopefully I can fix this. It's much higher than it was. So it's blurrier. Yeah, it's very blurry. I know that. And we lost our camera too, our timers as well. But very nice play by Tega, nonetheless. And that's, the funny thing about this is that the higher scoring play, I know it's hard to see this, so I'll show you. The higher scoring play of Sarasites would get hit with trimixes to this S. Enoch has an extremely damaging bingo. So in fact, this is a rare case where playing the it's not necessarily even inferior. You might not want to put an S in that spot, but either way, that is going to help a lot here. Hold on. I got to copy. I know it's not right yet. Bear with me, folks. All right. Just mix. Just mix is the play. Yeah, you're right about the timers. Maybe I'll get them after the game because they are not going to be relevant in this game. It's the perfect game for that. All right, I'm trying to get the score. So the score, I think this score is now correct. But after all that, after the phony that Tega played, I'll stick with this board. But yeah, Sea Blight. That is being suggested. It can play in 2 spots. So it's 89 points in each spot with the B in the good square. So we'll just have to see if Tega spots it. I think he will. So oh, yes, it has. The rack has changed. Good point. So he has ballets on his rack. So that will definitely still play with fakies. But it won't be quite as huge of a play. But let's just let you guys see. That's the only spot. So with this updated rack, he will play ballets. 74 points. That's going to cut the gap. So after all that, he's still going to be relatively close. See if I can get these cameras. Where is it? There it is. And then this one. I feel like this is all pointless. We're gonna be changing the location of this shortly anyway. But for the time being, you can see the clock. I don't even see the other clock number. What even does that say? All right, what did he do? It's very difficult to tell. It looks like he missed ballets and fakies. It looks like he's played, I'm guessing that he played lab here. It looks to be what he is considering playing. So that would make sense as an option if you miss ballets, of course. You keep a really, really nice sleeve. He still hasn't played yet. Oh, okay. Camera went down again. So obviously not what we're hoping for from a technical standpoint to start this game. It looks like he has ended up playing lab. For 23 with a great leave, cutting the gap a little bit, but Enoch has some good letters. Okay, even a blurry board is better than no board because at least it lets me see what he's trying to play. So you can see, you can make out lab is the play. Enoch placing letters on the board. Bifter, interesting choice. With the R hook forming fakier, so he is getting a bunch more points. So 28 points here for Bifter. The only scary thing about it is that this spot is going to yield some counterplay a lot of the time. It is definitely an internet issue. It is internet related. It's not, the cameras have been fine as long as the internet bandwidth is all right. that is a common issue with these that, someday hopefully isn't as egregious. But oh man, look at that. Tega has made an amazing play. Underneath Bifter, his rack of Staniel actually fits in that spot. He's now picked it up. I wonder why. What could he be debating? That looks phenomenal. Is he picking it up to... No, he's putting it back. So that is a very, very nice play by him. That's going to cut this gap quite a bit. So 84 points for Tega actually puts him in the lead even after Enoch's last play of Bifter. So all of a sudden, this game has gotten pretty knotted up. Impressive comeback and a very, very impressive overlapping play right there. So as you guys can see, I put on the board Anode's an option for Enoch, but Toad is also plenty good here, leaving that S. We like this play. It covers up that dangerous scoring spot, which could have been way worse than this. There's a lot of good stuff that fits on there. At some point, I'll show the unseen tiles. But it looks like a good play. It puts Enoch back in the lead, but only narrowly. Things have really gotten much, much closer in this game somehow. So let's see what Tega is able to do. He doesn't have a bingo on this rack. Can he somehow convert this low-scoring rack into a good score? And there is one way of doing it here. Lewd making Job would be a tremendous way to wring some juice out of this barren rack. Yes, Dean Wolf, this tournament is the invitational culmination of a league series of events. Mind Games Incorporated holds a year-long kind of tour of events in Nigeria and potentially other locations, but it is primarily in Nigeria. Let me get the points here for Enoch. And this event is open to only the top performing players in that league season. It is a point system where the more you participate in those events and the better you do, the likelier you are to qualify for this event. And Loud is going to be the play by Tega. That looks pretty good. If you're not going to spot the other good play here, this at least scores 21 points and leaves your E as opposed to a U after this play. So this is a good consolation prize, but this D here does not allow any play further to the right. So that's the play for Tega, continuing to cut this gap. He's only 6 behind, and Enoch has drawn the Q. He can easily just plop it down. He can plop that Q down right here. Easy spot for him. Try to increase this timer a little, maybe. So yeah, that's basically this tournament. It is, I think there's 30 competitors. It's open to the top 30 performers, and there are definitely like hundreds of people competing. Yes, the bag. Let me get that bag up for you. You should see it here. I always have it hidden behind here, but it's not as relevant until the end of the game. Tega with a 7-letter word on his rack. Yeah, chin instead. So the possibility of just playing one of your ends here for a lower score. It's scary because this game is so close now. So to take such a lower score of 8 points less. That could end up mattering. But it is nice to get rid of one of those two ends. So it is for sure worth consideration. And true to form, both players are absolutely no issues on the clock right now. They've got plenty of time to think things over if they see fit to do so. It's true. Drawing an O or N to that leave is very bad, and there are a lot of them. So on that basis, you are going to work out better sometimes if you draw one of those tiles. And in fact, Enoch has made that determination himself. He is comfortable sacrificing some points. Now, of course, he doesn't know that Tega has the two remaining ends on his rack already. So the play is Chin instead. And 10 drawn. Unplayable on the rack. No bingos for Tega. And the score a little bit further ahead for Enoch now. But this is no time to rest. This E is still incredibly tantalizing and quite wide open to hit for a bingo, and I would expect Tega will try to, if he can, play something through this L. The problem is it's hard to use the ends on his rack while also doing that. He has a couple ways of maybe doing it, but it would be nice to play through that upper corner if you're Tega just to create a new threat here that Enoch will not be able to deal with. So tricky situation. One play that could be good is this. This is an obscure 6-letter word. I would be impressed to see this be played. Dolent. The pool is pretty good for vowels, so playing Dolent would use up both of Tega's two vowels. Let's see, he's getting ready to play something. No, he's checking the bag first. So I wonder also if this is a consideration. The problem with this is it just doesn't create any new threats. I think I would favor Dolent, if only to put the D out in space. So yeah, we'll see. It looks like he's getting ready to maybe play something. Oh, yeah, very nice. That's true. T points out in the chat that drawing the W is really nice here. If you want to play all the way across with that W in this really high scoring spot, not only are you scoring nicely, but you're blocking off this E very well if you can reach all the way with a 5-letter word. He does have words like that. But this is just, there's nothing really that enticing here. I mean, is it possible? The problem from Tega's perspective is that a play like this, just plopping his D down in this spot right here, forming do and DI, that scores pretty nicely and leaves a decent leave. But the board after a play like this from Enoch is totally barren. It's basically impossible for Tega to have any room to play a bingo anywhere. So even though a play like this feels pretty good at first glance, making new space on the board is really paramount here. I'm not sure how he's going to do it. Dona J2 seems Better than just plopping the D down, for sure, just to create a spot here. Oh, going for that Z. That's interesting. So the idea there is that you're setting up a spot for the Z to go down. You can even get really nice plays that even go in here after that. So if Dona hits the board and you draw the Z, you can play something, you know, a 5-letter word that goes all the way in there, or even just Zen. That looks pretty good. It's a clever idea. Issue with it is it just doesn't score so many points, and maybe it's a little bit transparent. But if Enoch tries to block it and Tega just hammers that E for a bingo, you're still doing pretty good. So there's a lot of good things that happen after that. I like that suggestion. It's kind of clever. All right, what's he playing? Just end in the lower corner. This doesn't open anything new. It scores 17. I think this is going to be met very quickly with the suggested play of Ween. Something going across here looks phenomenal for Enoch right now. E-lock, as I misspeak. But he's going to lock the board down with a play like that. Yeah, Tega's picking it up. I think he's placed it in a little bit better of a spot. Oh, wait a second. Alex, this is the Z setup we're thinking of. End up here is absolutely beautiful. Look at it. This is a terrifying play. This creates real winning chances. Unfortunately, Tega doesn't go with it. But playing end up here sets up, and he keeps an O. So if he draws the Z, he has Zo for an enormous score up there. That creates immediate real winning chances. I wish he would have played that. Damn, that would have been so nice. If he draws the Z, he's threatening a gargantuan play in that spot. And did Enoch play already? Nope, not yet. So the play of end in the lower corner of the board is a little bit passive for Tega. He doesn't create this crazy volatile spot, which I understand. It makes sense. Unseen tiles are now up to date from Enoch's point of view. But yeah, you can just imagine how crazy drawing the Z would be there. And in Enoch's point of view, he doesn't have a Z. So he would be in such a bind to try to decide, do I block, right? So if end is here, you're threatening Zo in this spot right here for an enormous score. How much, right? 10, 36 plus 33, so 69. Nice, plus 72. Plus 3 for 72. Definitely a score that is game-changing at this juncture. Oh, good point. Okay, so Tega has drawn a playable word through this E. It just barely fits. Torment taking an A hook. That looks like a word to me, right? You're not just saying that. That's real. I think that's a real word. So now this is pivotal. This is really important. With a word through the E getting, it's on Tega's rack here. What's he going to play? Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Look at that swing. Instead of playing his other E, Enoch just plays when, and it doesn't go all the way to block. Wow. Anything that would have made one more letter. Now, look, I get it from Enoch's POV. Keeping an E is nice, right? It almost always improves your leave when you have a good mix of vowels and consonants to keep an E along with it. But Ween, instead of when, would have blocked this. And that E remaining open. A lot of players are desperate to block that E off whenever they can for exactly this reason. Now, yes, who will draw the Z? So Tega amazingly has taken this lead. Enoch with an opportunity to really lock that board down. And sorry, the tracking is not right. Sorry, everybody. Something with my own internet. That's me. That's not them. Hopefully, we're all good now. I think we're okay. Yes, that is an F. But, all right. So, Enoch plays Vila. I don't think he's committed it yet. He's put it on the board. His timer is still running. So I don't think he's actually played this yet. But in fact, this would definitely get the job done because he would have a really easy spot threatened for just playing zoos right here. And also a second spot for it here. So two spots for zoos. Tega won't be able to do anything with it. This should definitely get Enoch clear. But wow, Tega did make it interesting. I give him that. Pretty exciting game. So the player cameras have looked perfect. You can see that it's very crisp looking at the players. So hopefully whatever they're doing for that camera, we can do that with the board camera, and we'll be back better than ever in the next round with a much clearer board. That's all we're really missing here. But anyway, Vila, definitely a winning play. Vale in the same spot. Enoch's just doing a little bit of math to think it over, but this will definitely be a win for Enoch after all is said and done, but it wasn't easy. Tega made a really good run at it, but yeah, you got to go back to that early position where Tega tried to play up here. There are a lot of words that look like that, starting with up, right? Up tear and up bear. I wonder if there's a pattern match for it. It's probably a couple words like that. Oh yeah, 3 of them. So it makes some sense why Tega would have tried up here, but unfortunately that is not in the dictionary. So, all right, Enoch makes this play. He goes up by 6 points. And unfortunately for Tega, he just has no recourse to deal with the 2 Z spots that are both available. In fact, it's hard to see how he's even going to block the higher scoring one and also score any number of points. It's probably going to be better for him to just take his points somewhere else. Something like coped. Or, oh, Cupid. Cupid, if you want, in this spot. So, yeah, either of those might end up being better than anything he has here to try to block the higher scoring spot. But it feels tantalizing for Tega here. He's so close. Maybe there's some way to do it, but no, not with the 2 separate spots for zoos. So well spotted by Enoch in the end game. Yeah, it would have been a few moves in this game. Of course, we missed a few in the middle. But, oh yeah, Garvey's, thank you. Yes, definitely. The spot with Garvey's is better than either. So there's another nice big spot for it here. Good point. Sorry, was missing that. That's even better than the X spot. So the 2 of these are the 2 spots that can't be blocked, even further away from each other on the board. Got to keep drinking my water. I feel like I'm struggling. I feel like I'm in for it with my voice. Got to keep those vocal cords oiled up. A lot of other commentators within the Scrabble world, just to do some plugs, are going to be involved with an event in the United States, in New York State, upstate New York. The Lake George event has a live stream as well. I have a little plug screen for it somewhere. Hold on, where is it? Oh yeah, I have it here. I think let's see how this looks, my little plugging screen. So later in the day, you can, once we wrap up here, and we're nowhere close to done, there's going to be more Scrabble, which you can access from letsplayscrabble.com, helping out my buddy Josh to get awareness. But they had their first day of their live stream today, or yesterday, I should say. There's going to be more of the same today, and they're going to be started by the time we're finishing up here. Whoops. So Tega is still he's actually using the rest of his clock to try to work this out, but there's really nothing doing. Maybe he's just imagining, is there some bingo I have somewhere here? Because there's no way he's winning without one. But the only realistic place to play a bingo here would be to the V, from this V across, and that ain't happening. So we will keep an eye on what Tega eventually plays here, but if we go to the standings, you can see in first place a player I'm not familiar with, Hakeem Olarebigbe, 12-2 in this extremely difficult field. We watched a team play a couple times yesterday and win an incredibly exciting game against Sammy Okasaga to end the day. Looks like Tega's about to play. And he is going to try to block one of the two spots, maybe? Updo. Maybe he's not thinking of the Garvey spot just the same way that we did, because blocking the XIS spot doesn't really help too much, as Enoch is just going to play Garvey's. So updo the play for Tega, putting him temporarily back into the lead. Maybe Tega is thinking that perhaps Garvey's is not a word. Sorry, we'll get this here. But Zeus is indeed a word. Tega is going to challenge. He's going to challenge it. Why not? Why not? Because if somehow this is not valid, Tega can challenge it off and go out with voice to win the game. So, of course, you got to try. Yep, as Alex points out as well. So this does make some sense to do that. But this will be the final board. And I think what we're going to do is, so the final score is definitely higher for Enoch here. So after the last couple plays, Enoch gets a ton of points, 47 plus an extra 5 after the challenge from Tega on his final play of Zeus, and this game ends up looking way less close than it was. Hello, the Mr. Pro. Yeah, we have a pretty thriving competitive community in Scrabble. It's worldwide. There are a lot of pockets of really strong Scrabble playing communities, including Nigeria, where this event is based. Nigeria, I was saying yesterday, I actually didn't realize that I knew that what a powerhouse Nigerian Scrabble has become, but I didn't even realize how pronounced it was. Of the top 100 players in the world, 37 are Nigerian. That's over a third. And that's with every country accounted for. United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Thailand, and all the other strong locations. So pretty amazing. I think what we're going to do now is take a break and try to get the board camera squared away for the next round. But Tega is and Enoch have completed their game. The record's now 7-7 apiece as Enoch wins this game. But yeah, the standings are going to be knotted up for a while. There's just so many good players. Um, Hakeem in first place. I'll be looking forward to seeing him play just to get a better sense. I'll take off the timer here. But a lot of familiar faces rounding out the top. We've seen most of the other players in that top group compete. We've seen a team. Obviously, Wellington is always a joy to watch play. We saw Abdulmumin Jimo a couple times. Timmy Doko as well, one of the top young players in the world. Looks like he's got the top rating. Doko rated, these ratings are in the MGI system. And it looks like he's got the top rating, and he's still a university student. So the future's so bright, and watching him play, he's really amazing. So no shortage of a lot of fun players to watch. So I'll leave this screen right here for you guys to look over the standings, and maybe I'll put up a little countdown as we try to sort out that board camera and get it a little bit sharper for next game. So we'll be back in not too long with round 15 from the MGI Grand Slam. All right. I think we are almost ready. So we're going to see if we can. I guess the board is still a little blurry, huh? Damn. Well, we'll do our best. I see that rack on Tega's rack is not exactly correct. Not sure I've ever seen a 1 be entered, but that's all right. It'll get fixed. So I'm gonna Tega has Winter's rack. Yeah, I'm suggesting to our organizer on site that we just switch the phones, right? Like, why we have this beautiful crystal clear image of the players when actually what we need is the crystal clear image of the board. Um, Maybe a camera focus. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, you can see actually that Tega's clock has started. So he has disappeared. um, yeah, Wellington waiting patiently. But I'm not 100% sure if the issue is focus or I just don't think it could just be that the phones are different, right? It could be that the player phone is better and that the phone being used for the board just isn't as high tech of a camera. So switching them could be the simplest way to fix the problem. I'm not sure if that's possible for now. So given that, we'll just do our best to, I can use the analysis board as I did before. And as long as we have the board up the whole time, that's an improvement, but I think we could do better. Wellington checking his watch. So yeah, we just saw Tega play in the previous round. Maybe he went off to take a break. Didn't even realize. All right, there he is. So yeah, I think we're gonna try swapping next time. So all right, the clock gets stopped. Tega looks like he has lost just shy of 5 minutes. Nice, T. This world champion didn't have to play a word. Yes, that wouldn't be as exciting. I don't think the narrative is so good for that one. Um, the narrative arc of that video, unless Tega was out doing something incredibly exciting. I'd say David Eldar is here to, as he says, ruin the chat. I don't know about that. Makes it more lively. Isn't all, well, I'm not going to say all chats are good chats. All right, let's see if Tega really draws this rack of KQXZJ blank B1, or whether he draws something different. We will find out momentarily. So Tega, as I mentioned, just played in the previous round, a very fast player. It's possible that he's going to put something on the board before that rack gets updated, and It looks like that is going to happen. I know it's blurry. I know it's blurry. And he's going to play Yod here. Oh, okay. There's the rack. Yod seems all right. My gut instinct is that YOU is potentially a little bit more balanced. But Yod is his play. And Wellington has pretty good letters, but I don't think he's quite hit any bingos here. There were a few letters that he could have that would give him bingos. But that looks reasonable. I wonder if it's not slightly better to play his I as well. AIGA. Normally, you like an I, one I, and only one I can improve a lot of racks, increasing your chance of bingoing. But in this particular situation, if he plays AIGA instead of AGA here, he's getting 6 more points. It feels like a lot of points. So he plays AGA, but AIGA in this same spot would be a few more. Good point, though, regarding the reparallels. This spot is pretty damaging. A lot of tiles fit there. So he could be liking the defensive aspect as well. Yay comes down immediately. Tega wasting no time whatsoever. So that's probably fine, but it does leave 4 vowels and 1 consonant. I don't think there was really anything too much better for him. So let me get those scores right. So yeah, I think next round we're going to try swapping these cameras. For whatever reason, the board cam is not able to focus up today. So the player camera, you can see beautiful details of both players' attire, and there's nothing that is left to the imagination, whereas the board is in need of some crisping up. So, all right. Surrey's, I don't think is valid, although it looks absolutely like it could be a Scrabble word. Surrey can be spelled Surrey and then pluralized with an S at the end as opposed to the IES. But what is Wellington actually going to do here? He's going to play one of his 2 S's, one of his 2 R's, and his I. This looks like a good play for him. It scores enough points to be worth it. And I just don't think there's anything really much better. That was his highest scoring play available. And the leave is not even that bad. The U, you don't like to keep the U, of course. But it's not the worst bingo tile. There's worse than the U out there. He can definitely draw some bingos with it. And it just scores a very nice amount. So I think it's a reasonable choice. Whether Ryu is better, maybe. Tega plays do, and let's see, is Wellington immediately... Looks like he must have drawn a blank, huh? He just designated a blank. He just pulled that... He pulled that slip over. If you're curious what I'm talking about, let's see if I can point to it. This little piece of paper right over there. The players are actually required to write down what tile they want the blank to be. This is to eliminate any disputes before they happen. All right, Wellington has 1 bingo that stands above the rest here. Grab the sheet to pretend you have the blank. Yeah, then you even can circle a letter on it and then really sell it. That I've never seen that type of shenanigans. That would be next level, even within this competitive subculture. All right, so let's see what he is playing. Yeah, he's going to be playing Run, Forest, Run. Run, Forest, Run. So this is an archaic word, F-A-U-R. 90 points. That's the designation of the blank. It's an A. So Wellington drawing first blood here with that first blank in this game. And Tega continues to kind of slog with racks that are kind of close to bingoing, but the board is now very poor for it. Let's see what he opts to do. He's got that ing combination. He's got an E. He's got other good stuff, but I think, yeah, as David suggests in the chat, something like Rolag seems all right. He's going to play Gonia instead, leaving LE. That's all right. It's a little... I think I would probably prefer Rolag here. And he is going to switch it up. Okay, this looks like an improvement to me for a couple reasons. One, it doesn't open a triple needlessly to Wellington. That makes it really easy to score. Two, by playing Rolag, it creates a place that he can maybe draw ing words. Rolag is quite bad. Compared to fishes, I mean, do we want to fish? I mean, I guess one possibility for fishing that looks kind of nice to me would be to just play OE. Yeah, playing OE here is nice. The reason why is that you are creating a nice lane for ing to go down in that spot. So it is a reasonable fish, and it blocks this scoring spot, which is another virtue of a play like that. You can see Wellington immediately uses that nice spot. I don't really find a huge fault with the instinct to play Rolag, but I am coming around to the idea that oh, okay, all right, we're gonna see. So this is not a word. I think a peruke is a type of wig, and Tega is playing this because peruked is a word, but it's an adjective. So I think this is like with a wig on it. Well, that's not a helpful definition. Adorned with a peruke. Repuking. Yeah, so anyway, let me get the scores right. So Wellington playing Leaf in that spot for 32, and then peruking Punkier. Oh, this is bad. This is especially bad because Plunkier is there. Oh, man. So Tega is going to play this word. It's going to get challenged. And Wellington, as he did yesterday... Oh, wait. No, don't go so fast. Oh, man. Wellington's going too fast. He didn't even stop to think. Looks like he's getting ready to just play Cleave here. Let me get the scores updated now. So Wellington is up. Yeah, Plunkier through this L, right? So you wanna block this L here, knowing that he has Punkier. This is definitely the spot to try to block if you can. Is he picking it up? He has picked it up. He's picking it up, and Wellington is very good at being deliberate in these scenarios. I think he's going to be really good at pacing himself and saying, hold on a second. I need to at least look at what he might still have. And the answer is he's got a bingo. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, nice. This is why he's the former champion, the former world champion. Very good. He did not go ahead with that play. He's decided to respond specifically to Tega's rack and block Plunkier, which when your opponent gives you that type of information, it is a good idea to really use it, right? I guess what I'm curious about is, oh, he's toying with him? Okay, so it's the classic. It is the classic mind game. And we are this organization, Mind Games International, of course. Incorporated, I should say. All right, the play is cleave. This blocks Plunkier. Very clever. I do agree, though, that there were more productive ways of doing that. Potentially playing just cleaves, burning through all your good stuff, but reaching the double. So instead, we're going to see Punk. Hold on, my drawing tool got messed up. Does this look right now? Yeah, there we go. So cleaves with all the E's on his rack would have scored 32. But either way, very nicely spotted to block. I'm just curious if that individual, just playing cleave as Wellington did is still very strong, keeping EOS not a big issue for me on that choice. So Tega plays Punk. Seems reasonable. Of course, he missed a big opportunity there, as we know, to play Plunkier, the valid word. And now, Wellington has drawn not quite a bingo, I don't believe. Got to update the scores, though. Oh, man. Look at Tega's. Look at Tega's nice set of tiles that doesn't appear to hit anything. Hey, Jojo, how are you? Good to see you back today. So, looking around for decent plays, I guess Wero, yeah, Wero. So, suggestion of Wellington playing Wero right here, W-E-R-O. That's a word from the International Dictionary. I don't think it's going to be met by anything particularly bad. I mean, Waxier is pretty bad. Yeah, maybe Wellington will prefer to play it a little tighter if he just plays one here. This doesn't give back the triple that placing a W here would do. It does give back some overlaps, but you can live with that for sure, especially at this score. So he may opt to play one. I think it would be reasonable. It's an 8-point sacrifice. So I do feel like that's a lot. I would be tempted, sorely tempted, to just continue to play openly even at this score, just because 8 points is a lot. And if you play too conservatively this early in the game, sometimes comes back to bite you, but I think both of those plays are going to be very close. Wellington definitely in good position here. So I know things are a bit blurry, but basically what we're saying is the options are a play like this, which opens the triple, or a play like this, which scores slightly fewer. Let's see which he picks. Oh, totally different option. Entirely different choice here. His choice that he's making is re-sewn. That has some merit. I mean, he's definitely, ooh. Hopefully we get our players back. Sorry for the continued issues with the cameras. See if I can do a little refresh on them on my end. Sometimes that works, sometimes not. It seemed to work this time. All right. Xenia is played immediately from Tega's rack there. Seems all right. If you wanted to play a little bit more for the immediate bingo. You could potentially play just axe in a couple different places on the board. I think Xenia is fine. Tega definitely needs some points. Wellington picks up that Z. Oh, this is the slow roll right here. Obviously, another vowel is coming. He's not just going to play Zo. We know he's going to play another E, but he's dragging it out just to, oh, agonized. Oh, man. Very nice. Nice bingo. So this is very close, actually. Good morning to Persev on YouTube. Nice to see you. The not as many chatters on YouTube, but you guys, if anyone's watching on YouTube, you should know I'm watching, and I'm happy to respond to any questions or comments you have there. Twitch does tend to be pretty lively, so. But if you're out there watching on YouTube, feel free to say hi. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But yeah, is that worth playing over the Z-bomb? I mean, so the question here on this move is this play scores 68 points, ZEE. That's a lot. And it leaves a D on Wellington's rack. So the ability to follow up with a nice play ending in ED is a really nice consolation prize on your next turn if you're not going to bingo, because it would be a 6-letter play. Wouldn't be a bingo. The other option, of course, agonized for 11 more points. That's a lot of points, and it digs you deeper into the bag to get some more stuff. So tough call. I do feel like those two plays are pretty close. Couldn't really go wrong with either one, but agonized is the choice, and what can you say? I think Wellington is in very good shape in this game after that. The score is now 287 to 138. So thank you very much, David. Appreciate that. I think our one last hurdle to clear, as you see, Wellington does draw that blank as if to suggest that, look at what I've done. I've drawn more tiles and plucked that blank. Yeah, the last hurdle to clear is to just crispen up that board, and we're going to be in great shape here. So, let's see. The play here is Trey making clever for 37 points, which is indeed a clever play. Looks good, scores well. Might be a little bit better off just playing his H right here. Just something like Ho seems all right, but you probably don't want to block that stuff. Then again, you don't want to block this E either. So either way, this is a reasonable choice by Tega for sure. And Wellington definitely has bingos here. I can spot him even before engine usage of Merliton. I think he is likely to spot that. That scores pretty well. Let's see if there's anything else that might be any better. I haven't even looked at the X yet. It seems pretty unlikely. There's one other bingo only. But Wellington in good shape here, up by over 100 even after Tega's recent play, which again, I know it's hard to see. So here's the board. Troilism, that's it. That's the other bingo. So the top bingo, as Wellington reaches again for that blank card. Let's see what he opts to play. This word here, Merliton or Troilism. These are the two. Will he play something we don't expect? Let's find out. He is going to play his best bingo. No surprise. Wellington playing a very good game here. I'm impressed. He's made a number of moves that are not the most intuitive, but his sense of Scrabble play is so strong. His choice of Aga on the first turn over the higher scoring Iga to avoid setting up an easier overlap. His play of Resown for 37. Very, very nicely played. So Merliton is actually the play for him here. and we'll just have to see what Tega can pull out here to cut the gap, but this game appears to be firmly in Wellington's command. Question on the YouTube side, can AI play Scrabble well? The answer is definitely yes. AI is very advanced. There are a handful of things right now that AI does not excel at. Very few things. One of them is it needs a little guidance with respect to inference. What does that mean? It means that, for example, if I'm playing you in a game of Scrabble and I play one tile towards the beginning of the game or middle of the game, what does that mean about my other 6 tiles that I didn't play? Probably it means they're very good. There's a reason that I wanted to keep those 6 tiles. So if you're a human and you see me play one tile against you, you know you got to be careful with opening certain parts of the board, that I have 6 tiles I really like. Computers don't have a great way of automating that instinct. If you play one tile against a computer engine right now, it doesn't know how to adjust based on that. But it absolutely, there is no technical limitation that stops a computer from being good at this. Yeah, there is an engine that has made advances there, as Alex notes on Twitch. But that would be the next level of, if we can get an engine that is able to do that really well, that would represent a big step forward for AI playing Scrabble. It's going to be tough to beat that engine because human players, this is one of the genius things about Nigel Richards. Nigel is incredibly sharp at that sort of thing, at adjusting based on inference. All right, and what has... Oh, Tega has decided to play anthoids. Anthoid is a valid word, but it is an adjective that does not pluralize. So Wellington is going to get another little gift here in the column of spread, the tiebreaker that we use here. This word is not valid, so it's going to come off the board. So just to clarify what I mean by that, look at the standings, right? How are these standings ordered? Well, Wellington is in 3rd place, but why is he in 3rd place over Abdulmumin Jimo, who has the same number of wins, and Nasikak Etim, who has the same number of wins? Well, it's because he's won his games by more. He's won his games by 795 points compared to 720 and 701. So what that means, as Wellington bombs that J, the next play for Wellington right here, he just popped his J down in that spot. So tough game here for Tega. Anthoids is challenged off the board. Wellington gets another gigantic score, 56 points. And Tega plays dish at the base of the board. And now the score is updated. So should he have blocked dish? Good question. I don't know. It's tough. Maybe he can do it. He could just play jut or something alongside. But either way, it's quite tempting to just plop Joe down for an enormous score. I don't argue with it too much. Okay, a bunch of good questions in the chat. What percentage of the dictionary do I think I've used in all games? Man, that's really hard to know. And another big play for Wellington here. He's going to just continue the onslaught. Another 50-point play. Quim. That might get some giggles out of some of you. 54. Not me, of course. My sense of humor far advanced beyond that type of humor. But what percentage of the dictionary have I used? It's tough because, of course, that percentage decreases as the word length gets larger, right? So I definitely have used every 2-letter word hundreds of times, more times than I could count. I've probably gotten close to using every 3-letter word over time. That coverage is probably in the high 90%. I must have. And then, is there a 4-letter word I've never played? Maybe a handful of weird ones, but again, you're getting close to 100. 5-letter words, now there must be a few that I've never managed to play. I'm sure that percentage is going down. But once you hit 6 and 7, the percentage goes down really fast. As Tega playing Volted, just kind of getting to the end of this game. Not every game in Scrabble is, I'll just crispen that board up for you guys. Not every game is a nice, tightly contested battle. There's a really cool play here that I don't think is worth Wellington playing, because if you look at the unseen tiles, there are 3 ends. Otherwise, this play looks beautiful, Petitio. But it creates a big end hook with 3 ends left. So Wellington will probably play something else than this, even if he sees it. So, yeah, what percentage of the overall dictionary? The problem is that the relative percentages of like using 100% of the 2s and 3s and 4s is just a fraction of how many 7 and 8-letter words there are. So I think there's something like 29,000 7-letter words in the international dictionary that these players are using, and there's like 40,000 8-letter words, and that is like the same amount as all the lower word lengths combined times like 2 or 3. So even if you play every 2 or 3 or 4, you're still only playing a handful of the 7s. And you're playing a lot of those high probability ones over and over again, which is why we study them. That's why when you first start out on your journey as a Scrabble player, you're going to be making big gains very quickly. I guess it's kind of like anything, right? They say that about weight training and other things like that. You make these big improvements early, and then once you look to optimize all the way to the theoretical maximum of what's possible, the gains become increasingly marginal over time. Did I have the rematch with that robot? No rematch. I only had the one. I don't know what became of that robot. Probably went out and learned some other task than playing Scrabble, or maybe it needed new hands or something to do that. Wellington playing bot in the lower left corner. So this game is reaching close to the end here. Let me get the tiles updated from Tega's POV. Looks like decent tiles left. There are a few things that would be playable for Wellington through the A of Xenia. So does the spread tiebreaker number include all games or just the wins? It does include all games. The response of not ties is it technically, you could say that it does include the ties, but that they have zero effect on the spread, or you could say it doesn't include ties. It's just semantic. Yes. And question on YouTube: how many hours have I practiced versus played in my career, and total hours? As we reach a new level of blurriness, I think we have, what I believe is being played is Chib. Chib appears to be the play here. Let's see if we can confirm that. I know it's hard to see. Yeah, very, very hard to see. That's what I expect to have been played. Wellington now facing a 1 in the bag scenario. 8 tiles unseen, 7 on Tega's rack. How many hours have I practiced versus played? Well, I hesitate to even speculate, because for many, many years, I would say that I practiced at least half an hour to an hour a day on studying the dictionary. Now, some people, I never understand this, and I don't know whether it's because I'm more efficient or whether my brain is just naturally good at adding words into its memory banks. But I've heard that people study the dictionary for hours a day, 2-3 hours a day. And I can tell you I have never done that. Thankfully, I'm happy to not have had to do that. But there are people that do. And for me, it's much more of a struggle over time to have really internalized strategic principles. I was always a word game player first and foremost. So, um, oh man, my voice, I need it to hold out much longer. Got to stay hydrated. I got to get some tea or something. Um, but yeah, I've always been a word game player first and foremost. So that was what my brain was doing when it was in that spongy state when you're younger, right? Like I started playing Boggle when I was, I don't know, 14, 15 years old. And that's when your brain is in the best shape to acquire new skills. So I only got into Scrabble at age 25. And playing games with this level of strategic depth was not something I'd ever done. So it took me much more time to study games and learn how to play a good end game and analyze grandmaster level players for what are they doing on a turn to turn basis. And now at least I don't think it's a weakness of mine, but always for me, my skill set has always been word knowledge first and foremost. Um, but I think it's a good sign that if I am well regarded as a commentator of this game, I must not be too stupid with strategy. So there is that. But then a lot of it is just the ability to communicate. It's very possible that I don't have a great I might not be the best. I'm definitely not the best strategist. I might not even be among like grandmaster players that have won championships. I might be pretty rudimentary in my strategy. Let's see what Wellington's playing. He's going to play in wit. He's probably just imagining that maybe I don't even know if he's considering blocking anything. There might be something from the I or through the B. I don't think so. This looks like just a way to turn some tiles and get closer to the end of the game, frankly, without opening anything new. Oh, he's picking it up. He'll try something else. And he will play Linty. Interesting choice. So that is a valid word. Nobody cites word knowledge as their strength and strategy as their weakness. I do feel, this is, okay, Linty is nice because, well, it doesn't, no, I was going to say it sets up his W, but there's no real way to play through it, so. Iwi would go in this spot after that, but nothing else really fits, so it's not particularly helpful, but the W is a good tile to keep in the end game a lot of the time. When bingoing has ceased to be a consideration, the W is actually quite good as a scoring tile. It's just really not very good as a bingo tile. As you can see, Tega has a nice play of Prion here. Looks like there are better options somehow. Oh, I see. Playing in this spot looks like might be slightly better. I wonder why. Why is that? Oh, challenge of Linty here. So that is a valid word. Linty is valid. We got to give Wellington an extra couple points for playing that now. So he goes up to 514. And he leaves himself with AWA. So what's gonna? I guess the reason to play if you're Prion is played immediately, which is a very good play for sure. So Prion is the play for Tega. He goes up to 313. Wellington is going to play Awa in that spot for sure. 19 points. Prion is challenged? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Yeah. So there you go. Okay. Not sure about that challenge. You might be right. It might be that the score is a little bit different, but either way, the margin of victory is huge. So there's just no concern about 5 points either way in this game, as Wellington wins by a pretty enormous amount. Prion was on the board when they returned. Okay, sorry. Then I will fix that just so you can see the actual score here. Linty, Prongen, Prion +5. And then Wellington goes out with Awa. Okay, the right score is coming. One day I'll play a competent game without the dictionary next to me. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? We were talking about this a bit yesterday, that Scrabble does have this barrier to entry with the dictionary. I do feel like Scrabble is a lot of fun to watch, regardless of skill level, as long as the players are evenly matched. There's a lot of, nuance that goes into any game. I think when players are not evenly matched, Scrabble suffers in viewing experience. But I think that's probably the same of almost any game. All right, I think what we're going to do now is take a break. We're going to try to get that board cam a little bit sharper. I think we can do better. Do you have a wife and kids, and do they play? My wife is, just a wife, only 3 furry kids, our cats. But she is definitely a Scrabble enthusiast, but not a player at the tournament level. I feel like she has pretty good natural ability. She's played a bunch of bingos against me in casual games, is pretty good at bananagrams. But not a tournament player. So, all right. Do your cats play? My cats are probably right outside the door to my office right now, wondering why they can't come in and join the stream. So, all right. I think what we'll do is take a short break and see if we can switch up some of these cameras and get that board camera a little bit sharper. So I will come back so you guys can see me. But, I mean, as I said yesterday, I'm just doing crazy stuff when I'm off camera. You have no idea. But no, I'm just literally in this same position watching the game, of course. So, all right. Like I said, quick break. Let's see if we can do better with the board cam. And we're going to be back, I think. Oh, I should ask our organizers, because I think at this time yesterday, the players took a lunch break of about 45 minutes. So I got to see, is it break time? Yes, swap phones if it's not break time. So, yeah, I want to find out when their lunch break is. Watching until I got to attend 2 weddings this weekend back to back. Oh my God. That's rough. Do you have to travel far to go to both of those weddings? Well, I guess you guys are going to see how the sausage is made if we don't go to break here. I definitely also need to go get some hot water with honey in it or something, because I'm definitely all right. Let's not have you guys watch this. We'll go to a break. I will try to help fix this off stream. We'll go to the standings screen. We don't have orange juice. Is orange juice really good for that? Oh, is that like a hack? Orange juice, huh? Oh man. How do I get my hands on orange juice? My wife and I don't drink orange juice. But let's give it a couple. I don't think it's lunch break, or else they would have told me so. Next round is going to be our first experience with our top performer, Hakeem. Have not seen Hakeem play yet, but it's going to be Hakeem versus Sammy Okusaga, who is in 10th place and who is a really strong player in his own right. So a pretty exciting matchup. We're going to try some tech stuff. and be back in just a few minutes. All right. Look at that beautiful board, I think. And timers. I'm pretty sure we've fixed that issue. Look how crisp it is. I dare I even say anything. But I think we're ready to rock with our next matchup. So again, this is our player in first place, Hakeem, and against the veteran, the legend, Sammy Ogasaga, former Nigerian national champion and one of the most impressive performances ever in a Worlds. All good. I'm going to tell them to start. Of course, it gets a little blurrier the moment I say something, but let's hope for the best. I think it's going to be better. I think it's going to be better. And if it drops, we as always we got the Quackle as a backup, but let's just hope we don't have to go to that as often. All right, got to reset the scores. Oh, what did I do to the scores? There we go. That should be better. Did I mess it up on this one too? No. Okay, should be good. Yeah, no. It has to be a focus thing. I mean, this could just be a function of the zoom. I think this camera will be better. This is the one, although I guess the one that was struggling now looks equally perfect as we look at the players. So I don't know. It's tough. We'll do it. We'll do what we can. So all right, Hakeem going first. As David Eldar asks, who is Hakeem? And it seems like every year there are a handful of people. Oh no, I have to change this too. This is going to be nutty. Okay, hold on. I'll fix this. I didn't realize that the board wasn't correct. It's going to be rotated like this, I guess. Let's see if Sammy spins it. He does. And this also needs to be spun too. All right, hold on. I'm still working on it. I guess that'll do. I can't really increase the size of it very much. Okay, Nutty for 24 seems pretty standard. Sammy with a J that he's going to be looking to use for sure. Jut to that T seems pretty good. Keeping the G is better than usual with this N out in space. Whenever you have that possibility of an ing word, the G starts to get a little bit better. So look at that. Okay, when there's no, it like auto focuses. I wonder if there's a way to turn off like autofocus or something. Does anybody have any inkling of what setting would be required to prevent some of the, like, it seems like the focusing is part of the problem. Either way, Jug is Sammy's choice. I do feel like Jut might have been slightly better just because of this N here, giving you the chance of playing ing words. But Jug is pretty good. The G in general is not a tile you want to hoard without a very good reason. So yeah, Jug, okay. Good job by Sammy. And uh-oh, Hakeem is going for the gold here. This is not a word. It is definitely going to get challenged. There's no way Sammy is letting this stay. Sammy is, oh boy. I would be astounded for Sammy to let this word stay on the board. Is he not? Hakeem looks like he drew his tiles immediately with no impediment. Typically, what you would see is if your opponent plays a word you're not sure of, you would ask them to hold off on drawing your new tiles. The word that we use for that is just hold. I am astounded at a player of Sammy's caliber to let that stay on the board in a 5-point challenge game. Maybe he still is going to challenge. Let's just wait and see. Does he retain the ability to challenge here? But yeah, that's surprising to me. We'll just find out, I guess. I think of Sammy as being really a true elite player. He, as I keep saying, he had one of the better performances in the history of the World Championship. He didn't actually win because of the bracket format, but at the end of the main event, he was 3 games clear of the rest of the field, which included Nigel Richards. You don't really see that too often. And he lets Trollier stay on the board. I'm amazed at that. All right, so Trollier goes down. It's not challenged off the board. 72-point bingo for Hakeem. For Hakeem. And Sammy responding with just YE. And that's a reasonable choice, leaving everything open. It's a little bit scary not to touch that R in the triple lane. I feel like I would be tempted to do so. But instead, Hakeem decides to play a do there. If he really does have a V, that's surprising because there are ways to use the V, but then again, it scores all right and blocks a bit, leaving AASV. I feel like that might offer some improvement as well. So we move on. It's definitely a surprising start to this game, I gotta say. A do just feels like you can probably do better. Maybe that has some benefit that I'm not seeing as the board. Look how nice. Savor it while it looks so crisp. All right. So Sammy's got a P and an F. I got to make sure I stay hydrated. I'm a little worried about my voice. Yeah, I think if is a very reasonable play. That is what Sammy elects to play there, scoring pretty well with the F forming ORF. So that F by itself scores 16 points. The whole play, 23 points. And it keeps a very nice leave of piles for next turn. Whenever you have a leave like that, you got to think to yourself, if I draw a bingo ending in S, will it play? And the answer is yes. This would be a spot for it right here. So Hakeem also with an S though. So we'll see what he ends up playing. That looks pretty good. I think that is unquestionably a good play for a couple reasons. One, he has a V that he's looking to use. He has 2 A's that he's looking to use. Plus, by forming Juga, he sets up his ability to play his second A as a hook to Juga for a possibly even better bingo than one that he could play hooking UNS. A lot of good things going on with this move. Definitely approved and probably pretty far above any other choices here. Will Sammy... So he has on his rack... No, he's not even going to think about playing sweepily here. Weepily is a word. I wondered if he might get cheeky and try to hook an S onto it with a bingo, but no, he's just going to play while in the lower corner. I think this is potentially a mistake as well. he has a better option of just PLEW here. I think that looks like it's considerably better. The hooks are not that easy to see, but this play scores a lot more, and it leaves a little bit better balance for next turn. Actually, no, the balance is about the same. Actually, one vowel, two consonants in the case of both. No, actually, plu leaves two vowels and an S, but it scores 11 more points. So either way, while is still a solid play, and it sets his S up, but Hakeem is going to immediately use the A hook that he just created. So this is when a plan comes together really nicely. And he's taking a slight point sacrifice to play it in that spot. So ansated. That is a valid play. Nice one. So Hakeem going up early, but again, you just look to Trawlier. That's a big swing if Sammy thinks to challenge that, which I'm very surprised that he did not do. Definitely had a chance early on to change the course of this game with a challenge. Now Sammy is looking at a big deficit. We saw Sammy yesterday play against Nasikak at team and go down big early. But he managed to fight his way back into the game and potentially earn an incredible comeback win, except that a team stopped it in its tracks with an out bingo. So Sammy is going to keep fighting for sure. And his play, Voxel, getting rid of the V and the X together and even setting himself up to, if he doesn't draw a bingo, which is no longer guaranteed, if he draws a bingo ending in S, it's not guaranteed that he'll be able to fit one. Like, he has a spot here, but it will need very precise overlaps to go down. So if he doesn't draw something like that, being able to play with voxels next turn looks like it will help a lot on the scoreboard. It's going to be a big hook for him to keep for the next turn. So back to Hakeem. He's still up by quite a lot of points, and he's probably feeling pretty good about the shape of this board. It's not that easy to play a bingo here. And Sammy with the beautifully aligned Poopsie with a blank. Poopies. So there should definitely be something somewhere with these nice tiles. Even if it's just something as simple as propose right here. But I'm sure that you can do better. I'm sure he can do better with that rack. Anyway, suggestion for Hakeem of playing something ending in men in this spot, which seems pretty good. But why not just like mix? Mix seems pretty good too. But I certainly don't feel like, well, there is mix. So one issue with the play of mix is that you might not realize this, but it keeps a lot of consonants and it makes an easy S hook. So there isn't an S hook so easy. And now Sammy has a really simple spot to play his bingos there. So maybe mix has some negatives to it where you can just play Tin Men and open the board, but you get into less trouble by keeping so many consonants together. I don't really fault this instinct, but it is going to burn him here, as Sammy is going to be able to play something a little bit higher scoring than he did prior. Whether it's like opposes or something like that. Yeah, opposes. Excuse me. Opposes will now go down here and offer way less counterplay than it would playing in this spot. I should say in this spot. So tractor feed. So you guys are suggesting that tractor feed would be playable through ORFE. I definitely would never have thought of that in a million years. That's incredible. Um, how many? That would be a bingo. Tracked, you would need tracted. Hopefully the board comes back for us. But yeah, tracted there. Tractor feed. Absolutely amazing. Hakeem is not that far away. All right, opposes the bingo for Sammy. He's going to cut the gap a lot. He is definitely still in the game, but should be a bingo coming back down for Hakeem here. Couple different spots. Oh, popovers. Yeah, popovers through the V of voxel is the suggestion. Potentially better. Let me show you guys where that sits. Opposes was the play. Popovers for slightly more points, 80 points. Would have been pretty flashy and kind of nice also at a deficit to open additional areas of space. This is scary. You get new lanes here, maybe here as well, but mostly there. So maybe a tiny improvement there, but no big deal. Sammy's still definitely in this game, but let's see what Hakeem does and what Sammy draws. All right. Looks like tartine, or no, nitrate. Nitrate will be the play. Yes. All right. This is a big deal to see what Sammy is able to play here. Nitrate creates a lot of activity here. There's a lot of scary stuff that is now available. Yeah, it's a good point, actually, that he's probably... Oh, man, Benzel here. If Sammy spots that, there is an enormous play coming back that's going to score pretty much exactly as well as the bingo. In fact, it's going to score one more point than the bingo. So Hakeem going up by 100, but Sammy has an option here that I like his chances of seeing, of Benzel here. He'll be able to play this. I got to rotate my Quackle again. Oh, looks like he's probably going to just play Bez in the spot that was originally... Oh, Zen. This has to be an active choice on his part. This does not seem as good as Bez in the same spot. But maybe he's thinking that he wants to create more of a hittable line going forward here. This feels like a miss to me. But at least now you can draw into plays ending in D or overlaps with an A. I think that's probably a miss, though. Still, 49 points for Sammy. Cuts the gap quite a bit. Not a great rack for Hakeem. But he has a lot of options here to do some good stuff. So first, if he's able to find a play going down here, which I'm not sure he can, but even just a play like SIDH, which is an obscure word, but if Hakeem spots it, he's going to score really, really well in that spot. And he's going to block tractor feed while he's at it. So instead, he's going to play HUI, Hui. Seems reasonable also. Keeps very good tiles. Doesn't block any of the exciting spots along this row. So maybe that's by design. But I do think that Sammy is going to play something in the lower corner of the board now, such as Blab or something that scores a whole boatload of points. So let me get the scores updated again. Sammy has, whoops, these letters. Yeah, it looks like Blab is pretty good. Maybe Blag if you want. What's up, Nemo? Nice to see you. Hopefully I don't think the camera's frozen. Oh boy. Hakeem has drawn the potential kill shot here. He is threatening gargantuan bingos down this column. Dinkies and Kindies both valid. So after Sammy's play of is he going to play Blab or Blag, he does play Blag to get that C off the rack. This is definitely a conscious choice by him. But as long as Hakeem spots his bingo, which I expect him to do, he is going to run away with the game immediately. He's just got to spot one of two bingos. If he plays Dinkies, and he is, here it comes. Dinkies in this spot is going to score a very, very large 105 points. Sammy's probably going to challenge this just to make absolutely sure. At this point, no reason not to when you are getting hit with an 105-point play. Let's see if he does, though. Maybe not. I mean, Sammy probably knows that's a word. So, no point. If you're really sure that it's a word, no point in giving your opponent 5 extra points. So, that looks like it should do it for this one. 439. Hakeem moves up to. And when we get Sammy's new rack, we'll just have to see. It looks like he's drawn the Q. Not what he's hoping to see, and not even a good way to score with it, even though there are a couple places to play it. He can play it here. He can, oops, that was a, wow, look at this Q. Look at this attempt at drawing a Q. That looks like a Q that got squashed by a piano falling on it or something like that. Let's try this again. There we go. Q. Q. Instead, he plays Merc for 29. Maybe he's trying to draw some help for the Q, which makes some sense. But yeah, he's definitely down for the count in this game. Hakeem draws middling tiles, but it doesn't really matter too much. Let's see if we're getting a certified Twitch moment here. It looks like the best play is the one I'm about to show you. Are we going to see that? We saw porn yesterday. I think it was Abdul Mumin Jimo played porn for 42. So we all got a taste of porn on the stream yesterday. And today we're going to get another word of that nature, possibly, if Hakeem opts to play that. Not sure what else he'll look to do. At this score, he can pretty much do anything he wants. He doesn't really have to block much. He might be compelled to try to block stuff. He could decide to play. Hakeem could play something like Kerf here. That could be reasonable just to get in the way of this hook. Let me show you guys the unseen pool from his point of view. So there is still a D left, and there's some pretty good tiles, actually. So maybe we won't get to see the LOL word, and we're going to see, instead, a blocking play. That seems pretty reasonable, in fact. So, especially because by placing the C out in space here, you aren't actually giving up much back because the Merc play starts to block any further extension of words to the right. So, yeah, I know the board hasn't been perfect, but it seems a little better than it was, so I'm going to consider that an improvement. And we'll just roll with this going forward. Also, I got to see, I feel like the players I can do better with the players too. Is it this one? I could probably get more of Hakeem on screen. There we go. That's nice. It's this one, right? Sorry, I'm just fixing something. There we go. We got Hakeem in the right spot both times. Okay. So instead, oh wow, we instead of getting our preferred word, we get guck instead, leaving the F. Sammy is able to play his Q through that U. He just plays toke quickly. Seems reasonable. There was one other nice play there. But either way, this game is definitely headed to a pretty big win for Hakeem. He's up by 100 points right now, and it's not even his turn yet. Oh, something happened to the timer. I'll fix those too. Okay, that's fixed again. All right. I think everything is up to date with the pool. Okay, yeah, that blank is still lurking. It seems Sammy isn't at his best. Fatigue or cranium clog. I would agree that having watched Sammy play a fair bit in the past, I've seen a few little extra slip-ups that I don't associate with him. I think he's normally one of the strongest players out there, but maybe a little rust. It's hard to know. I'm stunned that he allowed Trollier to stay on the board. You know, Zen versus Bez versus Benzel and stuff like that. I don't know. Those are errors that I could see myself making. I cannot ever imagine myself allowing Trollier to stay on the board for just a 5-point challenge. Just go look. Go look. If you're at all unsure, it's just so rare that these games are decided by 5 points or less that, yeah, a 5-point mistake challenging a word, you don't want to do it if you don't have to. Nigel Richards doesn't do it. But, yeah, it's just a surprise to see that. So, in any case, Sammy does have a bingo on his rack that doesn't look like it'll fit anywhere. So Hakeem just has to be careful not to make a new spot. And once again, I just love the beautiful crispness of the board. Let's all savor it together. Let's look at each little pixel of each letter and enjoy. You know, it's the little things in life that can bring you joy. And for me, it is the ability to see every letter nice and crisp. Yeah, I think if I'm Hakeem, my top priority is going to be blocking this area of the board. This is definitely the threat here. There's still a D unseen. There's still a blank. This is the lane that I would like to stop. Again, just keeping in mind that the margin of victory does matter in the way that we play at the tournament level. So you can see in the standings, as we wait for Hakeem to make his choice, Hakeem is at 12-3, and he's going to move to 13-3 to remain in first place. But Wellington is hot on his heels. And if Wellington or at team or Gmo is able to equalize their win total with Hakeem, all of those players will pass him because Hakeem's cumulative margin of victory is lower. So we definitely will need to keep an eye on that. A big win for Hakeem in this game will help him. There is a final, yes. So the format here, I changed it. On yesterday, I had in the top left corner, it said day 1, round whatever of 10. It's actually 24 rounds in the main event, and then a best-of-5 final. So that will be exciting. Last year's champion was Wellington Jigare, of course. No worries. No worries, Dave. It's okay. Maybe there will be some epic games, and I can do some more condensed breakdowns of them. I'm not opposed to doing that. I don't, for anybody that is a YouTube follower of mine, I'm not sure I'm going to get a video out this week. I just don't have any work done on it. I've been doing this stream and even another stream on Thursday. We'll see. We'll see what I can do. I might. There is also an issue that my voice is probably going to be going, so I can't be recording another video. So we'll see what happens. Either way, I'll get back to my YouTube grind at some point. Okay, check it out. So with 3 tiles in the bag, Hakeem just plays FES. The point of this is to block the lane that I just described, trying to block the DZO, ZO, and AZO hooks, and not empty the bag just in case there is some bingo that fits somewhere else. I think there were probably better ways to achieve that goal. I'm curious whether Hakeem has a 1 out of 3 chance of drawing the blank now, too, by the way. He could have just drawn the blank. Thank you, Muffin, for your forgiveness. At some point, Jake, there are 30, I believe 30 players. Oh, man, I wish they would spin the board all the way. It's cut the board off a bit. That's all right. I think we know what's up there, the D and the T of Toke. The D, that's true. The D and T can also fit a bingo. So you got to be careful not to empty the bag. But I was thinking, given that there are no ends, the odds of Sammy having anything damaging, also it wouldn't even be a game-losing play. I was kind of wanting Hakeem to just play Fa here. Even though that gives up the possibility of Lazo, that's very unlikely. You would not only need the blank, but you would need the blank to be an L and have a bingo that fits perfectly with an L for that to be a problem. And even then, you don't lose the game. So I think I would have preferred that for more points than Fa. But the thinking is definitely solid. Re-shoe for 47. So Sammy, probably with similar thinking, he doesn't want to lose this game by any more than he has to. So if he continues to try to fish for a bingo and not hit, he'll actually end up losing this game by more points than if he just kind of packs it in and plays re-shoe for 47. So Sammy is going to get some funny news from the bag right now when he draws that second blank, which he probably expects Hakeem to have. And Hakeem quickly deciding to play a Roint at the top of the board. There's no real reason to delay with that. My unseen tiles, it looks like it's an O, but I think it's a D. So a Roint is the play. Have I missed something? Maybe I missed a play. Nope, there it is. Okay, B blank D. So, all right. A Roint for that score. And then Sammy will play Deb. That's his best endgame play underneath a Roint. Let me flip the board so you can see it a little better. And that's going to make a final score of 488 to 437. Oh, he's picked it up. We'll have to see what he ends up doing here. Let's see. Wait a second. What's going on? What happened here? Oh, they finished the game. And now they're looking at options. That's it. Yes, this is analyzing. Yep, got it. Hey, Weibin, nice to see you, by the way. So, yes, they're thinking about different possibilities and all of that. So Sammy looks like he's saying he was considering just playing FOH. I'm curious if we're going to learn from his body language that Trollier is not a word. Let's see if we can detect his realization from his body language. Let's see if we get a, face palm. Not yet. They're still looking at the endgame stuff. Somebody needs to be the bad guy here. Somebody needs to be the bad guy. and tell him the bad news. And I want to see his reaction. Anyway, if that doesn't happen, it is now break time. The players are going to take a break. Um, and probably for about 45 minutes. And then we'll be back with rounds 17, 18, 19, 20. 4 more rounds, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? 4 more rounds after break. So I got to go gargle honey or something. Oh, lots of results are coming in. I haven't watched Sammy to see if he's discovered the phony. But here are the standings. Hakeem is going to win this game and continue his hold on first place. But it looks like, well, we just don't know yet. Some of these other results haven't come in. So when they do, we'll just have to see who else is going to continue to battle with Hakeem for that top spot, as there's not too many more rounds to go. There's going to be 8 more rounds in this tournament, 4 today and 4 tomorrow morning. And in those rounds, the player's goal will be to get one of the top 2 spots. You don't have to win, you just have to get in the top 2, and they'll make the finals. So that's what we're up to here. I think we're going to take a break. I assume it's going to be something in the realm of 45 minutes. Thank you for stopping by, Measuring Cup. Have a good sleep. And for the rest of you, for me, it's the early morning. I know for many of you, it's late at night, maybe the midday. If you're able to watch, there's going to be 4 more great rounds of Scrabble. As we see, it looks like Wellington won his game. But we'll let the results roll in, and we'll be back in a little bit less than an hour for 4 more rounds from the MGI Grand Slam 2023. All right, everybody. Break time is over. And the board is ominously blurry, but hopefully it will crispen up. Break time is over, as I said, and we've got 4 more rounds coming from the MGI Grand Slam 2023. Our first round after break is going to be a repeat appearance by Nasikak Etim versus a first-time appearance on the stream for James Eruge. Two experienced players. I was mentioning yesterday my first interaction with Etim came when he was representing the illustrious Team Nigeria at an international competition that I also took part in Malaysia called the Alchemist Cup, one of the most prestigious events on the world calendar. Next edition of the Alchemist Cup coming in 2024, I believe. So maybe I will meet Etim again. Actually, I played him this past summer too. I might have even played him on stream. A lot of members from the Nigerian team present at the North American and World Championships in Las Vegas. I'm pretty sure I played Etim at that tournament as well. A very, very strong player, one of the best in Nigeria, which says a lot. James, I don't know as much about, but we've watched him play before last year in the previous iteration of this stream, which was held at roughly this time last year, and the tournament was won by, no surprise, Wellington Jigare. Hello to Macha Ketcha and to Zuyu89. 45 minutes to watch Pakistan versus India cricket match. That seems like a banger. I wouldn't begrudge you for watching that over this, though, of course, I'm happy to have as many of you all watching this as possible. There is another Scrabble stream going on, not to cannibalize my own viewership too much, but a tournament in New York State in the U.S., Lake George, New York, taking place. I have a little screen to help promote that over at this channel. Once we're done with this stream, definitely going to encourage people to head on over to that stream and watch more Scrabble if you're looking to watch an incredible amount of Scrabble today. But we've got 4 more games here, and I'm going to tell the players they're free to begin. Go ahead. I just wonder why the cameras are such a challenge every time, but it doesn't make sense. It must have to do with the zoom, because we switched the cameras out last time, and the camera that was messing up before is now the one that's being used to show the players, and you can see it's crystal clear. The detail of the players is perfect. It's just the board. So we'll do our best. I'm ready to give you the analysis board. The players can go ahead. Seeing if I can be clearer with that, as it looks like they're waiting for something, but they can get started. Thank you very much, T. Happy to be back. It's going to be a 4-game session. I've been chugging water with honey in it, and I have dispatched my wife to go get orange juice from the supermarket if she's able to get out there. She's going to be hanging out with friends today, but if she happens to find herself near a supermarket, she's going to get orange juice for me to keep my voice nice and limber for these next 4 hours. I think it's going to be about 4 more hours, typically 1 game per hour. Etim is working the kinks out of his neck there. Look at that, those quick movements, trying to limber up. Maybe he had some, heavy food for lunch. Talk less. I'm afraid I can't do that. I love to talk. So I'm just gonna continue to talk as much as I can. All right, we're underway. Etim's got his first rack. Hopefully we get that updated. I like this Neanderthal. If you guys want me to do a full game in Neanderthal, yesterday you guys wanted me not to do a game as using any kind of engine analysis, which I am happy to do. Makes it easier for me. The problem is I'm also responsible for updating the scores. So And that is done with a script that analyzes an engine output from our Quackle computer program. So I kind of have to. All right, a team is about to make a move, and it looks like it's going to be a bingo. So the bingo that was played here, it looks like just a regular old 7-letter word, a Collins word of bottine. Nice start. Always nice to open with a natural bingo. No blanks required. But 2 W's on James's rack. Looks like he's about to play something in response. What that is, we'll find out. Slight lag time. Hello, Jahelma. Nice to see you as well. Who are we cheering for? I don't know. Cheering for just a good game of Scrabble. It looks like the play of WoW on top would also have played on the bottom as well. So WoW playing for equal points on top and below. Not really sure I can come up with a particular reasoning to choose one over the other of these. So you might as well just pick one, spend as little time as possible, and move on. As at team is, he plays Jolt, which I think either way, Jot would have played underneath for a similar score. So, but let's see what happens. Boaster. All right, very nice. So Jolt is the play for at team. He goes up to 117 points, but immediately in response is Boaster for 91. That is James's best bingo, and he's going to get the thank you, Womble and Alex. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. I think we should be cheering for the board to stay clearer. As long as it's, as long as, here, I'll do, I don't know if this is going to help at all. I did this yesterday with the rotation, just so that it can look a little bit less wonky. It needs to rotate a little more. There, maybe. That's probably as good as it will. No, even that's not quite the same. Even that's not quite right. There, that's probably the correct angle. No, not even that. It's an 8-degree angle off. Whoops, that ain't right. Okay, so this is just my attempt to make it look like normal here. Oh, and I didn't. This needs to change too. All right, let's just have a look. And I guess we don't need the rack on there. So, okay, what has been played? Hard to tell. Also, I need to let them know that a team's rack is not updating, so that's not ideal. So it looks like just Leaf was the play in response. Leaf. Hoagie might be about to be played. Yeah, I think it's Hoagie that's going to be played here. So Leaf was played. All right, I'm not even going to attempt to rotate the Quackle. It's like pointless because the board rotation isn't consistent. So we're just going to put it here. Looks like Hoagie is the play for James, and that's going to open the board quite a bit. I've let them know that a team's rack is not updating. So hopefully we'll... Oh, there we go. We got it. All right. So maybe I'll just keep it like this until I see a team start to move toward the board. That way you guys can at least see what's going on. It's just not very easy to read the screen here. So I forgot that I didn't fix this back. All right, no more rotating. We're just gonna leave it like this. So A team's got PHF. These are 3 high point tiles. High point tiles tend to be the focus of the racks on which they appear, and they don't like sharing space on the rack. So when that happens, you want to use as many of them as you can. So how can a team use some combination of ideally all 3 of PHF, but that's not realistic. Very few words have all 3. So how can he use 2 of the 3? That would be what he's thinking here. One simple way to do it would just be to play FAH. Let's see. He's played EFA, which I like better. So playing this obscure word of EFA for 39 points to the triple, it blocks off the use of that triple, of either triple word score, to James, so it has a defensive value to it, but it also scores a lot of points. So I'm a fan of this play for sure. I'm not actually sure that it blocked anything that good, just because James's rack with those 2 I's and the V and the K are not really, they don't mesh super well with that H. But yeah, he's going to have to, James now is going to have to do his best to use his V, his K, and at least one of his I's. And that's not very easy to do. Oh, Kidvid. Was that a Nigel play? I feel like Nigel played Kidvid at one point. You gotta. I have only a vague memory of that, Alex. Oh, Batwoman. What a nice idea. But I wonder what other things would play through TWO. All right, what's going to be the play here? Just vid. Oh, livid maybe. James may be getting ready to play livid. Okay, I don't think he's played just ivid. Yeah, he played. Whoops. He played livid. That's all right. KT is nothing to write home about. And frankly, the only play that got rid of the letters he really wanted would have been Vakil, which is very problematic to give up all those nice points on the triple. So hold on. A team is quickly going to play fixed. This is a drawback of livid, of course. You don't open a triple to play all the way through for a gigantic bingo, but you definitely open up a nice spot for scoring, and you can see a team hitting that spot with fixed for 57 points up there. This play scoring 57. So it makes you think, on the livid turn, maybe Vakil was okay. If you're going to get hit with a 57-point play anyway, why not at least get rid of your V and K together? So, but of course, that's definitely hindsight talking. It's hard, it's hard to make plays like Vakil where if your opponent has the wrong tiles after that play, your opponent, all they have to do is have a blank and some good stuff, and if they are able to play something all the way down through there that hits both triples, the game is essentially over. And it sucks when that happens, right? It sucks to lose a game instantaneously because of that. But sometimes you got to take that risk because the upside of all the other outcomes when that doesn't happen is much higher. So, hold on. Let's see. What's he going to play? He's getting set to play Gem parallel to Boaster. So this a valid play, but it does leave GK on the rack, and that is not necessary to do here. Either you can play Geek in the same spot or Tag in the same spot, and you can avoid leaving the GK combination, which is not that valuable. So my gut tells me I would prefer those, but at least Gem scores decently and gets rid of one of your 2 Gs, so that's nice. Looks like a team is thinking about synonym and similar things to that. So looks like he has a Y. So the nice thing about the Y is this spot right here. He's going to be thinking about what can I do that plays a Y there, and he's definitely got some stuff. Nice triple triple without yells through an L. Very, very nice. That must feel good. Did you know that word was a valid word when you played it, Dan? Or was that kind of a guess? Anyway, I do expect Jolty, a play with Jolty to go down here as soon as I see a team. A guess. Nice. Good guess. Putting out in front of a bunch of words is definitely, you'd be surprised sometimes. All right, a team's going to play something. Let's go to the board and see what it is. Hasn't updated yet. He's played Oni, O-N-Y. He could have just played Nye. It looks like James is about to play something very quickly in response. And what that is, we will find out momentarily. It looks like it's going to be something parallel to Hoagie. What is that? A toke. Oh, okay. Nice play. All right, I'll show you what that is. The play is a toke, yeah. So that's actually pretty nice. It scores well. Getting some nice overlaps. You get some points for the H. The K, the whole word is on the double. So that's a pretty good play. I like that play for James. Another option for him could have been tank here, which is kind of nice as well. A toke setting up an S hook. As a team goes to the board, what's he going to play? He's only got consonants. So he plays mind, setting up another S in the center of the board. That's a tough break for him. He's got two S's that he can use to play a tokes, but no vowels. So we'll see what happens here. But anyway, MND is what he plays from his rack, leaving PSSN. It's very tempting, frankly, to use an S there just because you really need vowels more than anything. All right, James is about to play something here. He plays ovoid through the O. Looks all right. It looks like a lot of his other good plays here involve playing stuff here, which isn't that useful because you don't have an S. If James did have an S, it would be great to play something like Vug or Gov in this spot, but he doesn't. So making those spots is a little dangerous, but then again, there's already a big one that he can't address. So do things really get that much worse for you if you play Vug here or Gov? I think you probably have to because you're getting rid of your weakest tiles. The S is already scary enough with these two hooks, and you're scoring decently while you're at it. So I think that's probably something like Vug. Looks pretty good to me, but ovoid is the play. Meanwhile, a team draws one vowel, but he draws another S to go with it. So, not 100% sure if he has any kind of useful way to cache the S's yet. It would be great if he could cache them here, right? If he had an I, he could play psi there, PSI. Let's see what he's going to play. Press. That seems good. So, of course, you see a play like that if you're James and you're saying to yourself, oh boy, that doesn't look good. Because if your opponent is playing an S in that spot right here with so many other good places to play one, you pretty much know that they have another one. It's very hard to imagine that they wouldn't. Oh, and it looks like, first of all, I got to update the scores. It looks like, have we just seen James just play off his G? That's amazing. That's actually a very good play. He just plays big right here. I know he lost the board there. The beautiful thing about that is with his leave of QUERT blank, you get a lot of stuff with that. Pretty much every vowel. Quester, request, quartet, quartz with an extra E, querist and rekits, torques and quoters and all the other stuff. I think there's probably enough stuff with mines that you're gonna hit that you can go ahead and play that. So anyway, I'm gonna try to get the board back because now we're in some trouble if we get too far ahead of the game. Picked another U. That's unfortunate. That's not fatal to this rack. So, all right, hold on. Anaries. No bingo there. Oh, maybe we got it back. I mean, we really just needed enough to see anything. Very confusing to me why the player cameras are always perfectly fine, and no matter what phone we use for the board, it has this problem. I don't get it. I'm trying to like puzzle out why. So, all right, we'll find out if we can. Let me try one more refresh. Yes, phones are used for the players, which is why it's so confusing to me. Why is that camera always perfect? I'm sure it is a bandwidth issue, but it doesn't explain why the player cameras are always totally fine by comparison. All right. Let's see if we can make out any of these plays. Oops, that's me, not the right screen. Looks like a team played. Oh, he's playing nailers now. Okay, so on his previous turn, he just fished off an A, leaving a really good leave. Then, without a bingo, James played Took, which makes sense. And now we're going to see nailers go down for a team. And now we have the score correct. And here's the board. So this is now up to date. We were able to just get one little picture of the board enough. There are not very many tiles left, and James is down by too much, even with that blank, in fact. So he'll probably, looks like he should definitely manage to bingo here. The problem is, when he does, there are only 6 tiles in the bag. So when James bingos, he will draw 6 tiles and not 7, and that will preclude him from bingoing a second time, which he needs. If there were 7 tiles in the bag, he might have some slight chance here. For reasons of he could bingo and then somehow draw another bingo. It's not impossible. But given the actual state of the game, it is impossible for him to bingo twice from this point. So he's got a bunch of bingos here. Yeah, that I am thinking about that, T. I do feel like maybe we need a different solution for the board cam. Like normally it's an actual webcam as opposed to a phone. And the webcam should have settings that allow you to turn on or off the zoom. So the exposure is the same. I think it's autofocus issue. But it also, there's got to be more to it than that. Anyway, let's see what the play is here. It's going to be a bingo for sure. Turasin. This is going to set up a very big spot for the Z, except there's no I to go with it. So Tiz is a valid word, and if a team had an I, he would be able to go across, but he doesn't have one. But he'll have something good. Just YEZ here is going to be plenty strong. So Turasin, as good of a bingo as I see here. I don't think there's anything realistic But if we go back over to a team's POV, you can see he's got this. He just has to be careful that he doesn't give a big play with Oye back. So you can see the unseen tiles in the lower right from a team's POV. If he does go ahead and play Yez, is he going to have anything good with OT there? I mean, Scoter, that would be a nice play, but it's not an outplay. And maybe Yez scores enough points that it's just worth playing. There's also this spot. You can just plop that down if you don't want to, but that's probably worse. Because if you do this, then your opponent is going to hit you with Core Sight as an outplay. So Yez appears to be better, even though it gives back a big play, because it guarantees that a team gets a second move afterwards. So that's a pretty easy play to see in his shoes. You're seeing the big Za spot, and you're wondering, what can I play in this spot that lets me go across? So that's where his eye is going to be looking. The only actual question is, am I making things worse for myself by playing YEZ because of the O hook for Oye? And the answer is, you are giving up a 40-point play, but you're going to make a lot of those points back next turn. So, plenty of time. Look at the clocks. James with 16 minutes on his clock. Yes, Weibin. In between one of our rounds this morning, we switched the phones, and we're having the same problem, I guess. Unless the phones were taken off and then switched back to their original places. I don't really understand. I'm going to ask that, in fact. All right. So a play was made here. Not sure what. I'm going to guess it's Yez, unless a team did something creative. But either way, he's up by 50, and he's about to score 50 more. So once again, thanks everybody for bearing with me on this and with us. This game finishing so quickly means we'll probably have an opportunity to go to break and try to fix this again. But there's only so much you can fix when some of the problems are kind of systemic, just internet related. So, let me see here. Try to refresh the cache. Phones were not switched back. They were kept in their normal spot. I've tried refreshing the board, and I cannot seem to get it back. But, of course, this game is close to done. I would expect that Yez was played, and it's up to James, in that case, to spot Scoter. If he doesn't, he can just play Erotic, which I think he'll likely see. Let's assume he plays Erotic instead. That will create... Well, it would allow Unerotic to be played. But just Furan to go out is also probably the best you can do, rather than allow... I think this spot for the S looks pretty good. And I think they're... Oh, let's see what they got here. It looks like the play was Coates. So play of Coates for 38, pretty nice. And then Furan in the upper corner for 9 points, leading to a 472 to 388 win for a team when all is said and done. Okay. Pretty cut and dried game here. I don't think there was too much that I would change from a team's POV. I think most of his moves look really good to me. Maybe one or two moves that I would tweak in James's shoes here. So, for example, in the early going, this play of Livid, he had a rack here with a K and a V on it, and it's very tempting to play Vakil opening the triple. He might have balked at putting the L in the triple lane and played Livid instead, but that didn't really help him too much as it was immediately met with fixed. But yeah, I mean, this was a great play. Fishing off the G, really good recognition. There was a question why there, as opposed to other places that you could put the G. You could plop one here, put the G there, and not obstruct anything, including the E of a toke. But either way, I think this choice made sense. So, all right. Anyway, good win for a team that's going to pump his record up to 12-5. So he is not far back from the lead in this situation. We cut to the standings now. We don't need the chrono down. So Hakeem Olare Big Bay. I was unfamiliar with Hakeem. So to see him at the top of the standings in a field with so many strong players is a surprise. We just saw him in the previous game against Sami Okasaga. He played well, but he did get away with the phony of Trawlier, which was very surprising to see Sami let that stay on the board. But let it stay, he did. So Hakeem is in first, and Wellington, last year's winner, the 2022 iteration. Hello, Adam, and hello to Austin. Nice to see the both of you in the chat there. But Timmy Doko in third place, definitely a very impressive player. I've done a couple streams where I've gotten to watch him at length and been extremely impressed by his play finding ability and word knowledge. No surprise to see him in the top group. But that win for a team is going to pop him up from fifth place, potentially higher, depending on the results of the other games in this round. So a team 11-5 there, but he just won to move up to 12. So we shall see what we are in for in the next round. But whoops, we don't need this here. So there you can kind of see the completed board. I really think it has something to do with like the autofocus, because the player cams being so crystal clear the whole time is such a sign that it's not just the internet. If it was internet, why is that camera perfect for so much of the time? So I'm curious if maybe there's a autofocus related solution. But anyway, I think we may take a break here so that we can try a few things to fix that. We had the board cam looking all right at various moments, but it has obviously regressed. So let's take a little bit of a break. I'll leave it on the standing screen. You'll see the other matchups coming in. And I would assume in something like 10 minutes, we'll be back for another round here from the MGI Grand Slam 2023. All right. Boards. I'm not even going to say anything. Look at that board. All right. Hey, everybody. We're back. I'm going to let the players know to go ahead. It's round 17. Doing our best to troubleshoot this. So far, so good. And we're just going to see how long it lasts. This is a good matchup, though. Looking at the standings, Timmy Doko, the youngster, in 4th place right now. John Iadun in 9th, looking for a critical win to move up. Not so many rounds left to go here. This is round 18, I should say. So we've got only a handful of rounds left until the top 2 players will move on to the finals. Yeah, they do look a bit blurrier, don't they? So as long as the board is good, then we're good. Maybe I can rotate the board a little. I think having that would go a long way. So let me just see if we can make it look a little better. And Tim is playing quick. He's playing 10th. Whoop. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. And all right, let's see here. The final does not get played today. It's going to be tomorrow. So we only have a few more rounds today until we get to that point. Okay, 10th RT. That looks pretty good. 3 Ts on the rack. But Coxie going down very fast. I got to be careful how I say that. But a very nice overlapping play here. I cannot imagine there's anything much better. Yeah, 51 points. I guess the only choice from John's POV is, do I need to put the C on? If I leave it off, my leave is a little more balanced, and plus I can play something going across with the C next turn, but I think I'm fine playing Coxie here. This looks pretty good. And in fact, it makes a big difference here. Well, no, it doesn't, because we're going to see Latherer be played. Okay, Latherer is going to be the play. I wonder if Blatherer will be tried. I feel like that's a word. I would probably play Blatherer. I feel like that's a normal-ish word. So that's a very big spot right now for a B to be played, in addition to, of course, a nice S-hook, a couple other nice areas to play. So Latherer, oh man, it's so nice to be able to see the board. So let's see what happens. But I do want to continue to Blatherer 15. That's not only that's too real. We know I like to talk. It's actually, I don't feel like I'm this chatty in any other area of life, but maybe it's fine for me to be this way when I'm streaming. All right, that's nice and framed up. Fingers crossed. Enjoy it while you can, everybody. Looks pretty good. All right, Latherer is the play. Oh, what happened to the scores? They're not updating. Hold on. Oh, they are. Okay, now I got them. Very good. Okay. Timers, scores, racks, board. Pretty good. So, John getting that very big X play to start the game, but now he's going to struggle. There's not a lot of good stuff going on for him, but a couple good options that you guys are pointing out. Something like Oat right here looks quite good. The leave is a little imbalanced. Instead, he's going to play there, which I feel like that could potentially be improved upon. And Doko instantly playing his fish of OE in response. So oddly, John could have played that very same play, which I think is probably better than what he did play on the basis of score alone, even though it gives up an E in the process. It just scores so many points. But I do agree with the suggestion many of you were making with just OAT being a really nice way to keep a good balanced, a nice balanced lead there. So let's see, both players very similar racks. Vowel heavy, S in hand, one good bingo consonant. Who's going to draw consonants first to hit that next bingo? It's kind of important that John get one first because Timmy is the one with the lead right now. Rack's not updated yet. So we'll see. I don't think my bot has the nice leave capability, unfortunately. All right, so it looks like Timmy's... Oh, wow, look at that one. A Q, but also a blank to go with it. So that's... The good news is you got that blank, but the Q is going to slow John down just a bit. He has no valid bingos there, so cheese looks like a perfectly reasonable play on his part. And back to Tim. Let me get all these scores. All right, and now it's going to be my chance to fix this a little bit better. I know it's a little weird with the cutoff here. Maybe I just need to enlarge it slightly so it's not so egregious. Okay, this looks pretty good to me. We're gonna live with the little imprecisions here of like the clocks being slightly tilted and a few things like that. This is good. I'm happy here. Do you want to do one extra thing? There we go. Okay. So a very similar rack. Timmy just played OE, and he's going to want to play OE again. He plays Olia here. That is probably about as good as he can do. There isn't really a great place to fish much. And for the second straight game, we have Boaster. We just saw that play be made. This is right in the nick of time, too. Because, look, is there still a way to play Blatherer here? I mean, obviously, that's not a primary concern here, but it just so happened that John drew a B, and just in time did Timmy block the big spot here. Oh, Aerobot still plays. Very nice. Yeah, that's going to still fit in that spot for a lot. Oh, also Probate. Oof. All right, John putting just Bat on the board. He's probably getting set to play Aerobats here. I think, yeah, Aerobat is very likely to be played through that A, but that is not as good. I mean, frankly, even if you don't spot the bingos here, playing something with Blatherer going down, just Boat or something like that, is pretty strong. So this seems significantly stronger than Aerobats to my mind. I don't know how many this scores. Let's look. 68 points for this bingo here. 68. Whereas playing a four-letter word with Blatherer will score 46. That's easily worth playing, keeping that blank. So if you don't know the word Blatherer, there's not much you can do, right? You just won't know that to be a word. Waybin says, I've played Red Boat before. Why not? Seems reasonable. All right, looks like Aerobats is going to be the play, which, hey, 68-point bingo with a bunch of overlaps. That looks great. That's a nice play. However, this is a missed opportunity here in a couple different ways, both of which revolve around putting a B in this spot. What I'm curious now to know is, has Timmy seen this spot, right? Like, is this something that he's seen? Yeah, Aerobat plays there too. Not even just Aerobot. Aerobat, true. Good point. That plays in this spot as well. He's picking it up. I wonder why. I wonder if he is realizing the possibility now. I don't think there's too many other... I mean, there's plenty of other bingos that play with, you know, this spot right here, boaters, a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, we'll have to see. Whoops. Up. Tabaret. Okay. So that officially blocks this spot for good. But yeah, slight missed opportunity here. A very, very nice hook available. Tabaret with the blank T. Oops. How do I do that? Yeah, that's how I do it. All right, 61 points for John. He goes up narrowly. As you guys are suggesting, it's possible that Doko will just play Kinnan alongside this Q and score a lot of points. It does open up triples. What do you mean, Jahelma? Is there a problem? What specifically do you mean? I could answer that question any number of ways. There are some glitches going on that we're just trying to nip in the bud as they happen. Technically, you know, just revolving around internet bandwidth being slightly more of a challenge. So the answer is yes, but I'm curious what you're seeing. All right, rather than play Kinnan, it looks like Timmy just playing Kino, which is considerably safer. Definitely a much safer option. Does not give back any immediate counterplay to John, and it leaves really good tiles. I would probably have gone ahead with Kinnan just to be aggressive here. It scores a fair number more points, but there is plenty of merit to being a little safer as well. I gotta rotate this again, I guess. Maybe they're not even caring about that. I'm sure not. Okay. Board is slightly cut off towards that lower portion, but that's nothing I can do about that. So, neck and neck game here. It certainly feels like I don't want to play, as tempting as it is, whenever you have a rack with a J and a V on it, you're thinking to yourself, boy, it would be nice to play Jive, right? Like that gets rid of my J hitting multiple directions, the V scores well. But this is a very steep cost to open an E so aggressively. So I think I don't expect to see that be played, and John does indeed take a much safer approach here, playing, I guess I would pronounce this Polye or something like that. Polgy. This is definitely an obscure one for sure. If you're watching this and saying, what the heck is that? Then you're with 99% of people. We have stolen that word from the Serbo-Croatian area, apparently. Now, what I'm curious to see is, does Tim have the nerve to just play IF here? He has an N and an S, so it's definitely a spot that favors him greatly, and he does. 37 points in that spot. Could have been tempting to play in other areas of the board here, if not there, but he's gone for the extra points. Makes sense to me, but, ooh. Look at that. Amazingly, almost, it's hard to call a play like Viewy. Why is the board continuing to tilt? I'll probably stop messing with it after this. I'm trying to get it like untilted. But all right, so normally you would look at a play like Viewy and say, "Oh, that's a shame. My opponent just scored 45 points or 42 points in that spot." But actually, it's good. It's good for Timmy because now he's got an opportunity to use his spot if he so chooses. And I definitely expect him with those two ends. He's going to play something with Chin on this move for sure, I would assume. So having that spot get blocked by an S hook would have been disappointing. So it's almost good that John played Viewy, even though it scored so many points for him. So I'm expecting, yeah, info would have been great. Info would have been so nice. Disgruntled Vet pointing out that INF for if and only if, and O would go down here if this was an I. But Fawn is plenty good. We like this play for Timmy, Doko. And John has not drawn very well at all. This is not what he wants to see. It's going to be difficult for him to put a word on the board that makes him feel good here. And that's a big swing because this game is now tied at 217 apiece. Good question. Is Fawn's worth it with no S hooks on the board? And just to note, the reason that is, Olia, this does not take a hook. Exo, this is slang for excellent. That doesn't take a hook. So the words that look like they might hook, both do not. So the S definitely not quite as valuable as usual. Pug is the play for John. T hates it. I don't hate it. If I'm going to put any play on the board here, it would definitely be that, just to deny access to the only triple word score that's realistically hittable. I don't love the idea of just letting Timmy hit that, and you at least use one of your two U's, and the G is not great. Of course, you keep WU on your rack for next turn. Don't like that very much, so I probably would end up exchanging here, but I don't think Pug is so bad. Meanwhile, Timmy is going to bingo here somewhere for sure. I would be, well, maybe he'll consider passing one up. The only bingos that play for a decent number of points are both here. N all A's and Aranos. Both of those open up the nice big triple lane, which he might be worried about. As T points out, you can play peonies here with that extra vowel in it. Very useful word. That would play through this I for lower points. Maybe that's worth the sacrifice here. Because look, Aranos, putting that nice A up there. Even worse, NLA's putting a Z up there. These are plays that can get hit pretty hard a lot of the time. And in fact, both of these plays will get hit extremely hard by, well, no, actually NLAs. This one won't get hit with was, W-U-Z, but it will, yeah, it will actually. It just won't block. You can still play was here for a very big score. So, tough one. I think peonies for such a lower score is probably much better, although it still runs the risk of getting hit with was, but in general, it's not as bad. I don't think this is as scary. It's a little bit more restricted to play alongside a P. You have to have an O or a U, whereas with these other options, you can have so much stuff that overlaps really heavy. So it's interesting. What I'm really curious about is just to play like this. Is it possible to play a waiting game? The nice thing about this is, ideally, if you want to wait, it would be great to eventually get a bingo ending in N. Right? That's what I really want. I want to play something ending in N because it scores better and it doesn't open nearly as dangerous stuff back to John. So very difficult to pull the trigger on a play like this when you have so many bingos available on the board. But man, the bingos that are available don't look great. And you're still scoring 20 points for just dumping 2 vowels and, potentially doing better on a future turn. So I would add though, we are seeing the rack. It's so easy for us to see the tiles that are being played and just know. And it looks like, what are we seeing? NLAs. So this is going to get hit immediately with was. And I don't know. It's really tough. Like I'm finding it difficult to quibble. I guess the one thing I would say is if you're going to play there, you got to play Aranos. You can't put this E here, right? If you see the other option to play Aranos, placing an E in this spot is, as I mentioned earlier today, the most dangerous tile you can put in that 7th spot in the triple lane. So NLAs is the play, but again, because so many words end in ER, and it looks like we're seeing some lag in the player cams. Looks like a lot of lag. They're probably going to drop soon. But at least we have the board cam. That's what we really need. And was comes down immediately, which is kind of a godsend for John to be able to score that many points. 59 points. He goes back up even after the bingo. Score is going to end up as 288 to 294. So now we just wait and see. This is pretty big. Is Timmy going to draw an I? Because if he does, that's going to allow him to overlap with Uni going down here. There's a good comment. Just look around, people. How badly do Scrabble players want uwu to be a word? I would say that for those that even know what that is, they want it to be a word for sure. But I don't think that many Scrabble players are aware of uwu as a potential word. I'm thinking that demographically, I'm not imagining that anybody above a certain age, I don't know what the age cutoff is, but I would say once you get above 40 years old, the odds of you knowing what uwu is probably plummet. Not zero. I know that some of you, I don't want to be super ageist here. Anybody in the chat if anybody in the chat is older than 40, okay, well, Jomi is a weird case. I think you're a weird case because you are I would think of you as being uncommonly aware of stuff like that. Alex is 31 and doesn't know what it is. I don't think there's that many 48-year-olds that are speedrunners or Mario Hack players. All right, hold on. I got to catch up to the game here. They're playing too fast. All right, so Dodd was played. There was a really cool option that was slightly better than Dodd, if that rack is correct. Sorry, I don't know what happened to the player cams. We saw that they were struggling, but whatever. As long as the racks and board are fine, I could use a still image for the players. Of course, we want to see 55. 55? I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. They were hugely surprised that LOL and Yeet. Well, Yeet has to be coming. Yeet has to be coming at some point soon, I would think. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to play behind. Auric left IS and Azo. That was a good play by John. We don't have the updated rack for Timmy. He just played Devitt. There it is. That looks like a pretty good play, too. So 2 good plays coming down for both players, after which the score is 351 to 320. We don't have the updated rack for John yet. There it is. Sorry, everybody. I will continue to engage in the uwu discourse shortly. Yeah, lol. People do say lol. I think more people say lol than say okay as ok, right? Like we have okay in the dictionary, and there are a lot of people that take serious issue with that. Din comes down in the top right corner. Like if okay was in the dictionary, shouldn't it be pronounced ok? Like why is it in there? So I jokingly say ok sometimes. Um, 8 years old, they might not even know what it stands for. Nice. I like that definition. Amusement derived from mischievous or provocative behavior on the internet. It's not like, do we agree with that? I thought of it as just a stand-in for like, LOL, like I'm laughing. Anyway, let me get the thing up from upside down. So hold on. It is, yeah, okay. I have everything up to date. Players are back. Okay, 351 to 340. It's Timmy's turn. Let me show you. Let me get myself off so you guys can. Oh God, don't let me even don't misquote me. Let me remove myself from the screen so that you guys can see the tracking. Okay, Jesus, got to be careful on here. Hey, he's the virtual Scrabble guy. That's correct. That's correct. I am. It was a lot of fun to play a Scrabble session with the illustrious virtual of Trackmania fame. That's me. Thank you very much for being here, to you and your brother. But all right, what is Timmy gonna do here? He's clearly thinking about how many tiles are left. He is clinging to a small lead, but I would suggest that this board is so closed now. So first of all, whenever I say the word open or closed, what that means is basically, to me, does it pass the test of, could I play a 7-letter word somewhere, right? Where could I play one? Well, you can't play one here because of AE. Can't play one here because of 2. You can't play one here because Vue blocks it. You maybe, just maybe, could play one here with ridiculously specific overlaps, but that's it. That's like nothing. The chance of that is nothing. And where could you play an 8-letter bingo? Here, starting with an A, through this V, through this K. These are really crappy bingo lines. So if I'm in Doko's shoes here, I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm in pretty good shape. I feel like I'm in good shape. And to that point, you can see that John has Surmise on his rack and Mussier, but because there's no S hook here, it doesn't play and it doesn't fit anywhere else on the board. So that is kind of the classic case of what is meant by a closed board. When you have a 7-letter word on your rack, but there's nowhere for it to go. That's how you know a board is quite closed. If, on the other hand, there were a ton of places for such a word to play, that would be more open. So in this particular game, Timmy is up by 11 before his next move, and this is a really nice closed board. So all I think he has to do is continue to put some scoring pressure on and just don't open anything else new. I don't know why the player cameras are freaking out like this. But I definitely believe that Timmy is in very good shape here. He can do a lot of stuff. Oh, lived. Oh my God. Beautiful. Weibin suggesting an excellent option here. Lived in this spot here. Setting up the last O to come down here with Livido. That would be very snazzy indeed. Instead, he's just going to play Mole, which I think makes some sense as well. He's going to go up by 31 points after that play, and there still is just no realistic spot available to do much for John. However, He's got a pretty nice option here. As let me just, we don't need to see me again. He's got a pretty nice option here, does John. He can play Urays right here. The beautiful thing about this is that it scores quite well, pluralizing Polye, and it sets up his second S in a way that's really annoying to block. Really annoying. So that is a play that is going to give John serious chances here, I would say. Okay, Ism is a solid play as well. I think Ism is a little bit more easily blocked. This play can be blocked with vowels that go here, or even just overlapping plays with AR going across. That's going to block that new spot. So Ism at least does score quite well and gets the score to within a very close 3 points. So it does put a little bit of pressure on Timmy to score quite well. But I don't know. What do we think? Maybe that is a pretty nice play. Egg. That's right. Hey, it's time for egg. So this is going to be a tough situation. Timmy has 8 minutes to think this through. I think the real trick is how can you block this lane with EM, right? You can start underneath here with an S. You could play an E. It doesn't look like John has anything with that rack anyway, but there's certainly things that John could have that Timmy needs to consider whether he wants to address. The actual issue, though, is can you address them? Can you address them while also scoring enough points? That's the real issue. So if you play something here to block this lane, it doesn't really score much, so you can get outrun. So tough to know what to do, because there are plays like Gleg in this spot here with all these overlaps that score very, very well, enough that I'm pretty sure you're going to win without any incident as long as John doesn't have a big scoring play or bingo in that spot, which he won't that often. So it's tough. There's an 8 through the K. Oh my God. You're right. A playable bingo through the K. I didn't even see that. Didn't even look. Hauberks. Oh, that is a devastating beat if John finds that. But that is not a gimme. That is not a gimme of a play to even look through that K, let alone to see a bingo there. Oh my God. Yeah, that's definitely a word that I've seen. Diablo, World of Warcraft, which I used to play before Scrabble, as many people know. I was a big time WoW addict. And there's plenty of Hauberks in those games. Let me try to get the players back. I don't know why this is happening. I refreshed the cam. See if they can come back so we can see some mannerisms here. Because, oh man, that would be crazy to get out bingoed on through the K. All right, we have our blurry players. Question about the... And we lost our blurry players. Question about what is the lore of egg on Scrabble Twitch. I don't know. I really don't remember. There is a video that I once aired on my personal Twitch channel of a seal that's kind of barking and stuff like that. And the seal at one point just shouts the word egg. And I feel like people really liked that. Aliuna, this is well, as you probably see, this tournament is taking place in Lagos, Nigeria. This is the culmination of a year-long series of events of the Mind Games Incorporated tournament calendar. The top 30 performers in that season have been invited to compete in the Grand Slam. So these are people who have performed very well in the MGI League calendar and are here competing for the official title of champion of the MGI season. And that is what the Grand Slam event is all about. There's 24 rounds in the main event. You see in the upper left corner of your screen, we're into round 18. After this, we'll have 19 and 20. And then tomorrow, 4 more rounds in the main event before the top 2 players advance to a best-of-5 finals. So again, we have the standings here. Hakeem continues his run through the field on the warpath. He is setting himself up, barring a late collapse, to potentially be one of the finalists. But still plenty of Scrabble left to play. It's very easy, as many of you may know. It's very easy to lose 5 games of Scrabble in a row in a big Scrabble event. I have proven that beyond a doubt. I did it myself. Dean Wolf, it's gotten a little bit better, but of course we have a new issue, which is the player cameras. But I think as long as the board is visible, that is preferable. I could just put still images for them. Of course, I would like to see if I can get them. Okay. Dig is the play. So this is an attempt to block off this new lane that was created, which makes a lot of sense. There are plenty of things that can fit there with that S. Seating, searing, saggier. There's a lot of stuff that fits here if you're sitting there in Timmy's shoes. But now we find out, is Hawberk going to come down? That would be amazing. An incredible play. Dig is the play for Timmy Doko. And it's really up to John now as he spins the board quickly. Yeah, tracking's going to be right shortly. Should be correct shortly. The rack will be updated. And everything should... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, it's not right. It's not right. There we go. That's correct. I had it wrong. So now everything is correct. And we're not seeing Hawberks. Every second that passes makes me feel... I mean, that would be a very difficult find. So just to show you what we're talking about, this is the move that John has. 68 points. That should be pretty well impossible for Timmy to overcome. So we'll see. Looks like this is a play the engine likes as well. This is going to be a tough one, holding ER to pair nicely with the rest of the tiles. That might be pretty good. So we'll see what John elects to do. This is not the easiest position if you cannot find Hawberks, which let me get the Quackle off the board so we can see eventually what John does. He's got 9 minutes to think. It's not a common word. Yeah, it is not a common word. As Gov says, I would be thrilled for him to see this here and crushed for Timmy. But it is not a given. Definitely not a given. As Weibin says, he doesn't need Hawberks to win. I think that's true. I think there's definitely plays here. Ooh, what we got here? Player cams. Getting refreshed. Momentarily, maybe, we're going to start to see our players again. Whoops. Anyway, I'm very happy with the board. And I'm fingers crossed that we continue to be able to see that board. That's all we need. That's all we need to be able to follow along. So, potentially getting the player cams back, because it would be good to see if John does suddenly realize that he has a bingo to that K. It would be great to see him make that shocking realization here. But, all right, there we go. Got our players. All right. Is he getting set to play something here? No. Okay. Just trying to see if we have any other phone we can try. I'm wondering now if it's like an issue with this phone that we're using for this purpose. This phone was the one that was super blurry on the board, and now it's kind of bad for the players. So maybe there's a better phone to try. But all right. Yeah, Dig. I do agree that Dig has a major problem with the score. It only scores 14 points. That was Timmy's last play. So, of course, the instinct to block this lane makes a lot of sense, but at a cost of potentially losing a lot of end games. However, just remember, you're not playing Quackle and you're not playing Nigel here. You're playing a flesh and blood human being that's going to struggle at times to solve really complicated endgames. And this is going to be maybe not the most complicated endgame, but it should be enough of a challenge that maybe if Timmy is feeling confident, maybe he feels like he can outplay John in some of these endgames that are close, that force him to find maybe one or two optimal sequences that end up winning the game. So we sit, we wait in agony to discover, will John find this bingo that will essentially be tantamount to an instant win? No way of beating this, I don't think. Too many points. 68 points. I don't think that's coming down. Instead, Suba, which is another very strong looking play. This is going to be tough to beat in the end game, because holding ER, that's going to pair, you see the unseen tiles in the lower right. ER is going to pair very well with all of those tiles left over. It seems like it would be difficult. Maybe the other R would represent a bit of a problem, but even then I'm seeing ERR right here and probably some other stuff somewhere else. I mean, error. So you would, even then, you would have two outplays. And I just don't think that Timmy's going to be able to score enough. Ooh. Changing. Wait a second. Suba. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Suba is not hanging an S out in space, so it's perfectly fine. This is a great play. If he ends up doing this, I think he's going to be in pretty good shape. It feels like regardless of what he draws, holding ER left over on his rack, he should be okay. But let's find out. Let's find out what happens. He's going to go up by 14 if he actually ends up making this play. Yeah, I think he's changed it to Habu. This doesn't look like it will be quite as good, but I think he'll still likely be fine. So we know that the tile in the bag is an R. I wonder if that changes things a little bit, because now, where are your two outplays? Now you can't play out with error up there. You've got an S as well. So this also scores 11 fewer points. 11 fewer points. So I think that number of points is kind of scary. That's like a lot fewer. Oh, by and ers. Okay. So he does have 2 outs. But the score is so close now that if you can find a way to score a bunch of points, you might be able to pull this out. Wow. That's amazing. Incredible. That play that Timmy Doko just laid on the board is the only winning move in this position. Incredible. He found it instantly. I am very impressed. Now, that being said, he probably already was looking for that play, right? He's had a long time to think and look at the board, but he spotted this play, nep it. Very, very nice find. 27 points. And when that forces John into playing ERRS here, that's going to score 16. And it's going to lead to a 412 to 410 loss for John and a win for Timmy to find that play under pressure. Very impressive. So let me not give him the points yet because it's not there yet. The game's not quite over. But, yeah, he's counting. So the score right now is 412 to 388. But the best that John can do is to play ers right here for 16 and get a handful of points left over from Timmy. 6 points. And that's not enough. He's going to end with 410. A 2-point victory for Timmy Doko. And he needs every win. So not a lot of time left, but look at the standings. He's in 4th place. He's got to get that win, and when he does, he will pass the champion, Wellington Jigare, and move into 3rd and put himself in prime position to continue to challenge for a finalist spot. Unless Hakeem falters, that spot is his to control. But, yeah, that was really impressive, finding the one winning move in that position. How many more matches today? 2 more. We get 2 more. This is round 18. We'll have round 19 and 20 coming up. And that'll be it for today. We come back tomorrow as early as I can wake up to get up to my office and start coverage of the last 4 rounds and the best of 5 finals. We will do that. I might miss a round or 2, but then that will bring us to the final rounds that will clinch the finalist spots and then launch right into the finals from there. So that's what we can expect tomorrow. I do this from my office. Where did you think I did this from? Oh, I mean my home office, Weibin. I don't leave my house for this. I meant my home, in my desk area at home, which the cats are barred from participating in. My pleasure, Dean Wolf. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy the rugby. Have fun. So, all right. What's just happened here, as we can't see this because the player cameras are down, but the players are getting up to challenge. John has realized that he cannot win this game if nepit is a valid word. So he has decided to challenge, which makes total sense. No way he can win if it stays on the board. Why not challenge? And it is going to come back good. That's going to give Timmy an extra 5 points, going up to 417, putting the game even further out of reach. But I do expect John in short order to play ERRS at the base of the board, making EAM, there it is, final score of 417 to 410. It was going to be a 2-point game after the challenge, a 7-point game, but an absolutely amazing. Yeah, I will, Weibin. So I'm ready. I'm ready to plug it here. As you can see, I will be plugging the other Scrabble stream that's happening today. This is just a clip from yesterday's stream, but there is another Scrabble stream that we're going to send you guys to after the next 2 rounds. But still 2 more rounds to go from here. I think what we're going to do is try to swap in another phone and see if it performs better than the one that we've been using as one of our 2. But yeah, Urs is going to come down. The clock is going to get neutralized shortly and finish off this game. And that is going to move Timmy Doko up to 12.5 wins and drop John to 10-8. Tough loss for John. Austin says he's going to be commentating on the YouTube. Very nice. Oh, got the player cams back. I don't know how much to trust that. It feels like whatever phone this is has been a challenge the whole time. So maybe we'll try a different one. But to Alex's point, right? If we look at how this game would have proceeded, so Habu in this spot, of course, normally you would want to keep your S, right? The S is a great tile. Of course you want to keep it for next turn. But towards the end of the game, you need to be thinking a little bit more about the specific draws that are coming. So in this particular case, Suba, right? How many points did John get for his final play? 16. Okay, keep that number in your mind. Habu scored 20 points in this spot. Suba scores 31. So we're plus 11 with this play. So after that, best play that Timmy can make is something like Gripple. And then very simple outplay. Oh, wait. No. I don't have the rack right. With an R in the bag. So we got to exchange that. That's not correct. Pingle. Okay. Pingle is the best that Timmy can do. And then with ERR, you get 11 for this spot. So by playing Suba now, you're plus 11. And then your outplay is minus 5. So you get an extra 6 points in the bargain for playing this. And the margin of victory of the game was a 2-point win for Timmy. So you can see this would more than cover that gap. So by playing Suba first, you're scoring enough more points that the extra S you keep in the end game, there's just no good S spot, right? Like we were talking about it earlier in the game. No S hook. This isn't good enough. So tough, really tough. That is a classically difficult pre-endgame move. And what can you say? That's a tough one. Tough way to lose the game, but you gotta tip your cap to Timmy Doko for making an excellent winning play at the very end of the game of Nepit, his only win in this position. And there it was, right there. So, what a good game. So, okay. We've got our next matchup. I think given that this game took a long time, I don't think we're going to take a break. But our next matchup is John with maybe needing his last stand here against Hakeem, the front runner right now. So John versus Hakeem. Hakeem is at 15-3 in the scoreboard. We'll see where the players are sitting and whether or not we swap out one of these phones. It's going to be round 19. So that'll be the next matchup. Maybe just a quick break so I can get some water. Yeah, I'm here. Hey, everybody. What's up? I'm back. But yeah, that was a great one to sink our teeth into. Couple couple swings, right? Like John also, let's remember there was this issue early in the game with the blatherer hook way back as far as this play. And in this situation, Tabaret, when you had options to potentially put your B there, that's another pivotal swing in the game. So that would have been a big one. But really, well played otherwise. A lot of great plays by John. Other than that, that's all you can really look at. From Timmy's point of view, I can barely find anything that I would change. I guess what I didn't have time to point out was on this rack. He played Dodd for 33, but the play of add viewed would have been even better, using up that V and scoring at a big additional 15 points there. So that was probably Timmy Doko's biggest mistake. I didn't even get a chance to talk about that because the action was happening so quickly. So yeah, this was a barn burner of a game, a banger of a game, as they say. But it's going to be another good one. Hakeem. It looks like John is... I need to switch everything up, I think. John is on that side. Or no. I can't really tell. It's a little blurry. Yeah, that is what it's going to be. John on the right. Okay. Cool. So we're going to launch right in. I'll let them know that they can begin. And I don't know if we're going to have time for a solution to this camera, so we're just going to hope for blurry players. So Hakeem, again, quick look at the standings. You can see Hakeem 2 games clear of the next closest person. Everybody else in the field is rooting for John Ayedun in this game. This is kind of a must-win for John. He's got to go on a big run here if he has a chance of making the finals. There are 6 more games, so if he wins 6 in a row, there is a chance he can get there. Sorry for the chronology. For the timer, I should say. But, yeah, Hakeem just needs to win a couple more games, and he's going to be into the finals. We've only seen Hakeem once so far. He looked pretty solid. He did play a phony of Trollier, which I was stunned that Sami Okasaga did not challenge. So, all right, I'm going to tell the players that they can start this game. Oh, they have started. Cool. Sounds good. Hold on. Got to save this. And... Gov was... Okay, I see that first rack there. Hold on, I'm almost there. It looks like Culver might have been a better play with that opening. But Gov is also all right. Play proceeding very quickly. Guava looks like as good of a play as you could put on the board here. Okay, very good. Caught up. I think the racks are all right. The board is visible. Timers. Everything's good. Hakeem should be in the finals. He is good and amiable. That's great. I don't know much about him. It reminds me of last year when this late in the game, this late in the tournament, I should say, that we had a player who's not doing as well this year, but Tega Okiemute was crushing it last year and was in position to make the finals with 1 win in his last 2 games last year and a crazy ending in that penultimate game. Locked him out of the finals. So it's really not a surprise. I've mentioned it a few times. You guys are noticing Culverin as a potential bingo through the U. That would be really nice if John spots it right here. It plays. That would be a good... But he's going to play Klinger instead. 40 points, a double-double. It's a good consolation prize. But certainly the bingo, a little bit more better. 27 more points, and it gets that V out. Not great to start your next turn with a V on the rack. But this will still be fine. This will still be okay. It's not a devastating mistake that the game is somehow lost. So 40 points for John. But Yeah, we're talking about it earlier, just the incredible strength of Nigeria as a Scrabble playing nation. 37 of the 100 top ranked players in the world hailing from Nigeria. I counted it yesterday, the Wesper ratings. Pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, a leave of 3 E's here for Hakeem. He plays in Ion to the triple. Seems pretty good. And immediately box comes down for John, too fast to even see what his rest of his rack is. And now that we do see what that rack was, it looks like a very good play to score well with that X and get the B off. Players are playing with great pace here, not resting for even a moment, challenging me. And sure enough, Hakeem making his next play instantly. Looks like it'll be Fuel, leaving HEE. Seems pretty good. I suppose if you wanted to keep a slightly more balanced leave, you could just play FEU in this spot, instead keeping the L. But Fuel looks fine to me. I don't have a real problem with it. You can follow up with a nice H play here. Maybe he'll draw an M and be able to put an M there too. But Fuel seems fine. I have no major quibble with it at all. And still trying to remain caught up here. I think I am mostly caught up. Back to John. So players wasting no time here. Let me take a breath and take a drink of water. So we can see now Hakeem playing very quickly, with great pace, confidently, making solid moves, even with difficult racks. No, so he's showing a little bit of why we expect him to be at the top of the standings. As fun is the play by John. It's a curious play. Hakeem playing OH, O, Obi, and Hun at the top of the board, leaving all vowels. I think this is probably enough points to make it worth it, but the leave of E is going to go south a lot, right? You're going to draw another vowel, maybe two, and you're going to have to exchange. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Negative 23. Yeah, the leave value. All right. Fem, the play for John. This makes a lot of sense. I'm very curious about how valuable just dropping the M by itself and keeping that E. Of course, you get more points for playing the E, but you get a lot more bingos for next turn by keeping it. The E is a great bingo tile. So I'm curious. This would be a tough one to evaluate. Is it worth it? And I'm guessing Hakeem instantly exchanged tiles there. Yeah, he drew another vowel, so that was probably enough. If he had drawn two consonants, maybe he would consider playing through, but instead he exchanged his tiles. And very quickly, we see Vil go down through the L. That's interesting. It seems okay, but I feel like there's probably better plays somewhere. I don't know. It seems all right, I guess. Let me try to do my best to stay up to date here. I think this is all good. Died is the next play by Hakeem. No, that looks solid. Hooking the D onto fund. Sorry if you guys are wanting some analysis at any point of this game. We're just going to be narrating the plays as they come in, and I'm going to be clicking the button that spins the board around. You guys can let me know if you want me to explain a move further at some point. All right, this is kind of interesting. BAP. So BAP is played in that spot, I think I might have liked to see BAP be played with Villa here, just to be really aggressive with your S, right? You have an S. You can play BAPs there. That being said, BAP in this spot makes it a little bit easier to actually play a bingo if you draw one with that S. So it's probably fine to play it there, but it is considerably fewer points, and the upside of this play is probably slightly lower. So anyway, I actually got a point in. That's kind of cool. I think we're very likely to see Chi be played here. I'm curious, with two eyes on Hakim's rack, he could, let me update the scores, he could opt to play Chi here. Instead, he plays it for many fewer points here. So playing Chi here would have been 28 points. He plays it, so 28. It's 19 points here. So a 9-point sacrifice. Playing it down here, of course, is risky. But he had another eye, so it might have worked out well. But of course, it looks like John drew both blanks after BAP. All right, I'm gonna need a blank check on this. This could be like 100 things, probably. What are the blanks? I gotta ask, because that's gonna be that. There's no way of knowing based on this play what that word actually is. It could be anything. We'll find out. We'll find out. So this is a bit of a hasty play. I feel like John might be caught up a little bit in Hakim's quick play, because he has better stuff there, right? He could have played this, out eats. He could have played out eats for 82, threats, something like that, even like quartets. All of those will score better than any of the choice that he made there. Only 16 things. Okay, all right. I felt like more. All right, the play is Vatters, as one of you suggested. 70 points, putting a V out in space. So this is actually a V, and that makes it impossible to overlap. So that's why he picked that. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Hakim has struggled through very bad racks in this game. He started with a number of low-scoring plays and then had to exchange. So if you are one of the players in the field that is praying for a Hakim loss, you might be about to get that as a very intriguing play. Just ag for 3 points only, trying to set up a big lane. Of course, the idea behind this is to set up a lane where you can play age going across, but taking only a 3-point score on this play feels tough, but maybe you have to. I would have been tempted to play ING here just for some points, but then again, the board is really closed. Cuz perfect play to somewhat obstruct the lane. Does still make it possible to play stuff alongside, though. And we know Hakim has an N, so I'm curious whether he'll manage to draw something going across. We don't have his updated rack yet. So ag is the play there. Response of cuz seems pretty strong. And nothing great. No bingos available. But nerd for 31 seems reasonable. Looks like that is the play he's picked. Another option might have been merved through the V, opening another big spot that John would have to deal with and scoring a little bit more. Also keeping the N. But this is definitely a game that's looking grim no matter what for Hakim. John is immediately going to respond with Jag. That looks really good. Scoring well, keeping good tiles for next turn. Hakim's going to need to draw something quick if he wants to get back in the game. Let's see what he gets. Score is really getting out of hand now. 303 to 160. So sorry if the board is ever upside down or anything like that. Trying to stay on top of it here. Whew. Let me just breathe for a moment as we watch Hakeem playing glacially slow as 5-6 seconds click off his clock without him having played anything. I'm shocked. Shocked and appalled, frankly. No, I'm just kidding. He's playing fast. He's not even playing inaccurately that as fast as he's going. He's taking a couple moments now, though. Again, no bingos here. And not a very good board to work with. Where could he bingo? Starting with a vowel, going across. Starting with an S or an N, going down. And that's about it. Basically nowhere else. So he is playing Merv now. Interesting. Okay, so on the previous turn we thought Merved, right? He had an E and a D. Oops. He had an E and a D on his previous rack that he could have played Merved up there with all the same letters. Nice overlap by John, scoring a bunch of points. That's probably about as good as he can do. I guess if he wants to play fewer tiles, he can, but this is a very nice scoring play. 30 points. And really, John doesn't have to... Oh, he's picked it up. He might be thinking about something else. Oh, Dragon. That's cool. Nice overlap by Sidewinder. Nice to have you with us. Dragon will definitely be quite nice. There's some stuff that fits in there that scores pretty well. Whoops. Board flipping around. When did this E, oops. When did this E come down? I don't remember. Did that just get played? It did. His play was Co's. He picked up Heat and played Co's. Okay. That makes sense. It scores decently well. Keeps good bingo tiles. It keeps this spot open for him in the future if he draws another E. And it blocks this lane, right? That's the nicest thing about it. You cannot start anything going across here. So nice play by him. Let me give his points back. He actually got fewer points than I expected for that play. So, yeah, what to do now? If you're Hakeem, you're up. He has a lot of spread, I suppose. He's doing well with spread. To a point where if we just look real quick, well, we don't have time to look at anything, but he looks like he's going to play T, E, and Thon. Maybe the idea here is that on a subsequent turn, if he's able to draw something good, he can open more of the board. It could be like a 2-turn opening sequence for him. And he does need more space desperately on the board, but time is kind of running out. Nice play by John immediately of show. I think everything is up to date. Yeah. I was saying that this play could be kind of a 2-turn sequence, but it is pretty late in the game to be worried about that when your opponent is up by so much. Yeah, time is not running out. Good point. I only mean the amount of tiles left to play. Certainly their clocks are not close to running out at all. As Pack goes down, opening yet more space on the left side of the board, potentially after a second move, right? It's going to take another move to actually open anything. A play here will actually open stuff. Pack doesn't open anything yet, but a subsequent play would. All right. Idler. Okay, that's a nice overlap. there. Scoring nicely. Continuing to get closer to the end of the game. I think idlers is also a word, one who idles. So he's setting up his S there as well. And he's going up by 170 points even. Pretty good. So John all over it in this game, up by a ton. Hakeem poised to lose a game that he can afford to lose as long as he doesn't go on a streak here. That would be the worst case scenario. He has trainee on his rack. Doesn't look like that played anywhere, so we'll see what he can do. The dragon spot just got blocked, or else he might have some cool stuff in between there. Blocked his own spot there. Not that that's a big deal. It's pretty grim. Hoping for a bingo starting with N is not very fruitful. N doesn't like to be the first letter in words very much. So, oh, look at all those nice dragon words. Limited only to the first 38 results. There's that many, huh? And he fishes off just an E. Very similar to the earlier play that he made. He played ag earlier, just one tile. He's done the same thing here, and this should definitely be met with some kind of counterplay going down here. Even just putting the W here blocks off the lane. Sorry, the W makes it impossible to hook going up if he wants to do that. Gal dragon? Like a gal? Is that what the word gal comes from? Oh, very nice. Warts. That's a perfect block. Perfect block. Scores very, very nicely. I'm curious, though. He could play worst in that spot with pretty much impunity. He has the last S. If he wanted to be aggressive, he could play worst here. And it's very, very difficult to deal with. Yeah, Sidewinder points it out. So I probably would do that just because his downside risk is like nothing. So anyway, Warts is the play, and then it looks like Hakeem instantly plays off just a W on top there. Just his W. That's what he played. And he's going to be continuing to trail by a fair margin. Let's see what John plays. Let me show you the unseen tiles. These are going to be updating rapidly as well. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I can't even keep up with this. It's way too fast. So, Oi at the base of the board. Blocking. There's still stuff that would play into the S. So, Rad. Hakeem. I mean, these plays, he doesn't really have much going on these turns, so I guess he can afford to do that. But, all right, tracking's not updated yet. As soon as John's rack is updated, we will know exactly what he's looking at. Okay, he's got a bingo. So momentarily, okay, there it is. That's correct. One in the bag. Those are the tiles that he's seeing. Hakeem just played an R holding retina. He drew either an A or a U, and the other one of those two tiles is in the bag. Could be a reasonable play if John wants to just play his N here. I feel like that might be nice. There's plenty of stuff that he could draw, even that's not a bingo. Doesn't look like he does too well with anything other than the R or the T, but if he has the R or the T, it's kind of annoying to deal with. But I would probably play something longer than this. Oh, is that what he does? Okay, he plays just the N. And there it is. So the play I've suggested goes down. He's not going to draw any of the tiles that he needs to threaten something big there. He's going to draw either an A or a U. And let's see. It's going to be the U. So, sorry, got to flip this back. So this game proceeded very fast. Oh yeah, you could concede in orate. That's true. That would be a big risk. Had the A been in the bag, sorry, had the N been in the bag, you would get hit with in orate now. Yeah, not a big deal either way, but probably there were better options that don't get you hit too hard. But in any case, very quickly played game. That's going to give us time for a little break in between rounds here. Oh, sorry, the tracking. I guess you don't really need the tracking now that both players' racks are the same, but whatever. Let's just do it. Yeah, it's all updated, so I can come back on the screen again. So, all right. That was really fast. Hard to even catch my breath. I am thrilled, though, that we're this far along into the day. And I still have my voice. Wow. Putting that T out there. Almost a chance to do something good with that T. There is a bingo through that T. An 8-letter word that doesn't play, so it's not a threat. He hasn't done anything disastrous. But I don't think that was likely to be the best play because it does yield some pretty good plays, right? So by playing that T there, you can play out sit and things like that. Oh, wait, why is this so tilted? And there it looks like it's going to be out sit, out sat, out set. Any of these are going to score quite nicely. Looks like he's deciding which of those to play. Yeah, make sure to hydrate. My bottle is empty. I got to go fill it. But only one more round. All right, out sit is the play. That looks good, especially because I don't think there's another. I don't think there's a way Hakeem can play all of his tiles here. So John is going to get another play to work with. And that's good because by keeping AE on his rack instead of other combinations, I think he does slightly better to go out somewhere in multiple places. Whew. All right. So after that play, John moves up to a pretty nice score, 474. What did I just do? Oh, right. I already did what I thought Hakeem's next play would be, which he did something different. And yeah, that's going to, that will allow John to his best. He has 2 plays that scored 10 points here. Let's see if he spots one of them. Spin the board a bit. Yeah, out of sight, exactly. A shame that does not fit all the way. And he has found one of the 2 plays that scores 10. And that's it. Okay, I got to do some deep breathing exercises and probably go get some hot water with honey in it again. Because that is not what my ailing voice needed right there. Hakeem wins the important battle of the clock. Exactly. So, oh man, did I not save the really epic game? Oh, I did. The Habu and Nepit game. Yeah, this one. Okay. I just want to make sure I have that one because that was like the highlight so far, in my opinion. So, all right, cool. And this one is going to be game 19. Cool. Okay. So, very, very solid win for for John over Hakeem. And again, that's really important for the rest of the field. Hakeem in first place. Everybody needing him to drop some games. Looks like Timmy Doko won his previous game. Wellington might have dropped another game there. So Wellington was in the thick of it, but now he is a bit behind. He still can absolutely make a charge if he wins most of his games from here on out. That's really how it goes, right? You're putting yourself in position. If you are not in that top spot, you're putting yourself in position to go on a streak toward the end of this tournament. And if you do go on a winning streak this late, you're going to be knocking other contenders down with you on your way to the finals. So a lot of the people that have 11-7 and things like that, you're still in it if you can just go on a streak starting right now. You got to start now, though. For Hakeem, though, he just has to shake it off. He was behind the 8 ball quickly at the start of this game. And there wasn't much that he could do. So we have one more round before we are all done today. Round 20 is coming up. Tomorrow is rounds 21, 2, 3, and 4, and then the best of 5 finals. Gargling broken glass. I'm nowhere near hardcore enough to gargle anything but the gentlest, sweetest substances that will help my poor throat along. All right, hold on. King of the Hill commences from next round. Oh, yeah, baby. That means, okay, so what does that mean? I'll tell you. Just going to switch a few of these other things. 5 King of the Hill games will commence immediately. And what that means, looking at the standings, King of the Hill, very simple pairing. Number 1 plays number 2. Number 3 plays number 4. And on down. So that means for sure our next matchup is going to be Hakeem versus Tim. So you see the name Oluwa Timilehin, but he does go by Timmy. And this could be a great matchup between these two. 5.5. So you see, what does that half mean? It means that Timmy Doko tied a game earlier in this tournament. So that'll be the next matchup here. No best, no OJ. I definitely need to get up and get some water. I will do that shortly. Let me just reset the scores and make sure everything is ready for the next game. Should be back to, 0-0. Timers are getting reset. Maybe it'll just be tomorrow where we try a different phone for the player cameras. But I'm going to go get some water. I don't think we'll actually need a full break, but I do need to get something to keep that voice healthy. But I think we're going to start the last round of the day very soon. So I don't think I'll even cut to a break screen. I'll just be right back. All right. Hello, everybody. So yeah, some pretty crazy games today. That last one was kind of rough for Hakeem. Not much he could do. Um, but it's going to get pretty exciting from here on out. The King of the Hill pairings are going to ensure that all the top contenders are playing each other each and every round. It means also that there could be a lot of repeat matchups as top players are jockeying for position. For example, if Timmy Doko wins this game, he will again play Hakeem in the next game by definition. Why is that? Because King of the Hill means one plays two every round. If Tim wins this round, he goes up to 14 and a half. Hakeem remains at 15, and the two will play again in round 21. So it creates a lot of that dramatic, rematch type situation. I don't think it's going to take. Well, actually, given that game took an insanely quick amount of time to finish, it might be the case that it we might not be set to start the next game immediately, but um, we'll see. So, in any case, this is it. This will be the last game of the day. Oh no, please come back. All right, good. So yeah, we've had some pretty amazing games. The last one was not one of the best, but there were a bunch of other ones that were phenomenal. Um, we had that game with Timmy Doko where he found his one winning play that kept him in the thick of things. Sometimes things do come down to that narrow of a margin. Oh, you guys wanted Finney words, huh? Well, one of you wants Infinity Words, Waybin. I don't know if that's a popular option or not. I probably could do that. Recently, I acquired a third computer monitor, so I'm now sitting with a full command center here. Um, so I could just put Infinity Words up on one of these monitors, and it wouldn't make much of a difference. I could also go try to get some OJ. But yeah, for those of you that just to do a little plug for my buddy Josh Greenway and everybody else, it's great. You got as much Scrabble as you can watch today. There is another stream going on, which I'm going to plug certainly when this one is over. I hope everybody will stick with us one more round to see an epic matchup between Hakeem and Timmy. But after that, there's going to be more streaming from Lake George, New York over at letsplayscrabble.com. So definitely going to want to send everybody there to the best of my ability once we're done here. So I'm going to guess that we're not imminently able to start the next round. So maybe what I'll do is just go on a quick break screen, and maybe I will try to get up an Infinity Word, like a simple Infinity Words for everybody to do some anagramming. Could be fun. I'll have the standings up. And once I note that the players are starting to congregate back, we'll come back for the last game of the day, round 20. We are into the home stretch of the MGI Grand Slam 2023. All right, get your last couple anagrams in because we are about to be back. Here we go. Our players are sitting down. I think I have the names and everything reversed. Thanks, everybody, for playing. Some anagrams, but I gotta switch the players back up as Tim is on the left and Hakeem on the right. Hakeem at 15 and 4 now, I believe. I'm gonna stop the Infinity words. Congratulations to A Critter, Evil Budgie, and Alex Dings for doing very well on the leaderboard. All right, so this is the matchup between the number 1 and number 2 players in the standings. From here on out, that is going to be how things shake out. Adaptogen. Very nice. So, a pivotal game here. Hakeem is a game and a half ahead of Timmy Doko, the young university student with ability to burn. Really, really impressive young player. Could be the next, great expert player from Nigeria, and there are a lot of good players from that region, so that is saying a lot. Players are going to get started any second now. This will be the last round of the day of this stream. Dean Wolf asks, how was game 19? It was a bit of a blowout. Hakeem was just never able to get anything going. A lightning fast game. But John Ayedun came out ahead and defeated Hakeem. But now we are into the final game of the day. It's round 20. Tomorrow, there will be 4 more rounds of the main event before we launch into the best of 5 finals, giving the go-ahead to the players to start. And we are all good. Looks like Hakeem going first. I think the player going first is always on the side. The 2 guys in the background, what are they doing? They are the ones responsible for getting the tile racks up. They are looking over the player's shoulders, and they are using maybe a laptop or some kind of device to enter in the racks, which are on Dropbox, and they are being fed directly onto my computer, and they're pulling onto the streaming interface in that way. And literally faster than we can even update, we see an enormous opening play for Hakeem. It's way too fast. We'll find out what he had. Typically, Dropbox has a latency of almost no time. So as soon as the rack is in, it comes up. But there might be, who knows what the issues are there. If players take more than a few seconds, we end up getting there. And I know the board just disappeared at the worst possible time. So anyway, Zanja is the opening move. 62-point starter for Hakeem, and he played it basically instantly when he had it, and I would expect... Oh, hold on. The board is back. And a bingo. Very nice. So, hold on. The only bingo probably playable with this rack through the A, and very quickly spotted. Nicely done. And just as quickly, it looks like 3 R's on the rack for Hakeem, but one of those is probably a P that was misread. So let's just assume that one of those is a P and that probed is a very solid play for him. If one of the tiles was indeed a G, he could have played Gorp parallel to Ratline as well. But probed is his choice. And yeah, we're just going to have to see if we can stay. If Tim just plays with a decent pace, we might be able to. And he does play very thoughtfully. He doesn't play slowly. He just doesn't play lightning fast. So that might be enough Might be enough for us here as the board is spinning. So if we can just hold it together for one more game, we can get to the finish line here. Hakeem drawing that Q. No great place for him to play it, but it wouldn't be the worst thing if he just dumped one here and then had decent tiles. A lot of bingos he can get with that rack of IIDEGR. Not an easy set of tiles for Doko to deal with right now. However, he has a W and a U. I think he's going to be forced to play Wept through the P of Probed. I think this is very likely to come down. Playing through the triple, always a good opportunity to score some points. And he's got 2 T's. WU, one of the worst combinations in the game of Scrabble. Very few words contain both of those letters, so whenever you have them, it becomes a top priority to dump them. Sidewinder points out one of those few words containing WU in the Collins Dictionary is Umwelt. Umwelt. I guess you would give that a V sound. Nowhere to play it. Wow. That's really stunning. This has to be a miss. I can't imagine why Timmy would not use these very same letters. I'm sure Hakeem's going to make his next play immediately. He plays Gripe. How interesting. He doesn't want to play that Q. But those very same letters, EWT, would have played through this P for significantly more points. There's no way to characterize that, in my view, other than a slight mistake. This is a nice idea for the reason that Sidewinder just suggested. Gripe through the P sets up a very nice place for Chi to go down right here. So how it would go is Gripe, and then on the next move, let me save the score before I do this, but on the next move, he threatens Chi for 34, which is pretty nice. But it's not his turn yet, so we'll have to see whether Timmy is able to inadvertently block the spot. It's not that big of a deal. But actually, now you can see there's even more possibility. Not that Hakeem is going to play anything different. Whoops. I think he's still going to play Chi if he can. Well, not now. Nice play, Ultimo. This is a pretty impressive 6-letter play by Timmy Doko. Ultimo, not an everyday word. Not everybody knows their sixes that well, so this is pretty impressive on his part. But this does create, if you're not going to play Chi, you now have the ability to play Quat, setting up your S if you are Hakeem. Something like Quat will really catch Timmy off guard here. And if he tries to block it by playing Quate or something like that, you still set up Equate in the process. Ooh, just Cade. I think it's a missed opportunity to be aggressive for Hakeem. I think he can be aggressive there. Obviously, this hurts if your opponent has an S. You're setting up a big spot, but keep in mind, there already is a good S hook here. You're not doing that much worse for yourself by giving your opponent an S hook when Zanja's is already a huge S hook. So, definitely, to my mind, a slight missed opportunity. That being said, I don't really quibble too much with Cade. I do feel like it's also worth considering, if you're Hakeem, just cashing your S now. Cade going down and pluralizing Zanjas is going to score a boatload of points. So, a couple ideas, but he has drawn Scalder, which I believe is valid in the Collins lexicon, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, Cade is the play. I think Scalder is valid. Yeah, it is. So he's got multiple spots to play it, and I'm guessing, based on the way the rack is entered, that is how he has his tiles lined up. So I'm fully expecting Hakeem to respond here with Scalder with this spot. Um, no N for dilation here. So what to do? Um, you're going to be looking at plays with an I here. Maybe there's an opportunity to play something like that. Monilia is a very cool idea. Actually, there are a bunch of plays in that spot that are all worth consideration. Monilia, but also Manito in the same spot. Looks pretty good. So couple different options for Timmy Doko to get rid of some of these vowels. And he's going to go a little bit more conservative. He's just going to play Jai in that spot, which is a defensible choice. You can probably do a little better in terms of leave than keeping I-O and stuff like that together. But we're going to see Scalder be played instantaneously. This play does not block it. Even had Timmy played Jail, it would have blocked that positioning. So Timmy had an L. He could have played an L here, which would have blocked this, but he still would have had a spot to play it here. Hakeem would have, I should say. So there was no avoiding this bingo, I don't think, from Timmy's standpoint, and he's going to get hit with the higher scoring one. So out to a pretty fast lead is Hakeem. What is Timmy going to draw? Dovetail. Very nice. Sorry for the board. So violated or dovetail, and he's starting out with the end of the word and moving his way up to the beginning. So this, I just want to point out here that violated and dovetail score the same number of points, but at this score, there's no question that dovetail is a better play, placing the V out in space, preventing overlaps from going up, versus dovetail, allowing bingos to continue to fit here, as Timmy is going to need more. He's going to still be down after this play. He is down. And you can see, wow, earwax is through an R for Hakeem, but the R isn't in the right spot. So instead, he just plays waxes and scalders, which looks really good. Although I would say that, again, D wax looks really strong. Again, you can play D wax for a very similar score, keeping your S for a potential future bingo with scalders. So worth a thought, but then again, waxes does score a fair bit better. So close. Hakeem playing it instantly, you got to give him that he's not wasting any time, as is his wont. But you can see now, look at the situation that we are in with Tim. Timmy is still down by 80 points. Sorry about the board. He's still down by 80. So you can see he's going to be really happy now that he did not place that V higher up with violated, and that he has another threat on this part of the board. So all this to say, good job by him. He's going to be looking at this spot right here if he can try to come up with a high-scoring play that puts a good tile here. The P stands out, but I don't know if there is a great option that lets him go all the way down. So he may be forced to content himself with something like E, Y, R, A. That scores decently well, keeps balanced letters. This is certainly a bit of a concern as far as a scoring spot, but at least he would have an H. So yeah, not great, but either way, having this lane available is very important. And you never know. There might be plays that come up like the quat play, which Hakeem opted against. You guys are saying in the chat that apparently quat was like a really strong performing play according to computer analysis compared to his actual play. But look at Hakeem's tiles. This could be a turning point in the game if Timmy is going to come back, and hopefully the board returns for us. It's been a little finicky at times, but yeah, the draw of VUUIO, of course, not what Hakeem wants here. All right, there we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to tweak this a bit. Okay. All right, so the play is so AYRE, which is very similar to the play of EYRA. I think maybe air, it's hard to know what's better or worse between those two. Audio appears to come down instantly for Hakeem. He definitely has. Alex Dings earlier in the chat, I read this, but I didn't have time to respond. He said something like, he plays like somebody who Scrabble is his day job and he's looking to get home and relax or something like that. So anyway, the question of what to play there, you guys are suggesting that I don't know where the board is ending up here. There we go. The nice thing about audio is that it does block off this hook. So that's nice for sure. Ooh, wow, what a draw. What a draw. So that draw is exactly what Timmy needs, and he's going to score a lot of points here. Very, very nice. He's going to play phoneme, 93 points, tied with the anagram of that word, phenome, in the same spot. Very, very nice. So that is all of a sudden, after the very small play of audio and after the last two big plays, 37 points for air and 93 for phoneme. Very, very nice. So Timmy down but not out in this game, as now he has vaulted back into the lead with a very nice bingo find of phoneme here. Sorry for the board, everybody. So I can always make it a little crisper, although I see there is an issue with the edge of the board here. Sorry, I can do better with that. So while things... Okay, so what you guys are suggesting is that on the audio turn, there was a possible play of Juve right here, which scores a lot of points. It would have left 4 vowels, but it also would score 34 points and continue to block that X spot. However, it still gives up phoneme, and you're still in a very difficult situation if you are Hakeem in this spot. So what does he do now? No L for love bugs. It's hard to play through that P with this rack too. Without cashing, you can play through there, but you probably have to cash your S if you want to do it. And that I would not, I don't know, maybe it's okay to cash the S. The formerly super valuable S has gotten a lot less valuable after Dovetail. The Zanja spot was blocked. There is a spot to play an S here. Whoops. To play an S here, but you need a vowel as your letter in this spot here. Could be ES, most likely. So it's not worthless to keep your S, but it would be tempting to cash it here. However, I think he's probably going to keep it with a play like Gub. Also, this play suggested as a strong one This looks pretty good. It's hard to really do much in this spot. The V prevents big overlaps. You keep BS for next turn. So a couple good options that Hakeem could play that don't use up that S. He's actually taken some time to think on this turn. This is a good turn to think, too. He's trailing by 34. He has decent tiles. There still is a blank out, so you have to worry a little bit about what is going to happen to me if Timmy draws it. He may decide that like there's really no way to win if Timmy draws it. He's going to likely have some option somewhere. But I don't know, maybe you can keep the faith that you can still somehow win. So this is a nice play. Gub. The nice thing about it is that Hakeem keeps an O, which is the only letter that hooks here. So he's pretty likely to draw something that overlaps in that spot as a fail-safe if he doesn't draw anything better somewhere else. And he gives up his G and U, making sure he doesn't go into his next turn with a V and a U on his rack together. So I think that's a pretty good choice by him. So over to Timmy, and it's a very close game, but now the tables have turned. How the turns table. Now Timmy is the one with a lead. And the ability to score some points with that F and Y together. Evil Budgie says, I don't like it. Your opponent uses the easy go hooks and scores and closes the board down. Fair enough. I do think there's something to that. Playing Vooj in the other spot on the board here makes it so that if Timmy plays through this P, you still do have all the lanes of phoneme to work with as a potential bingo. So I think I agree that I prefer playing in this spot and dumping more of your unappealing letters. And in fact, it looks like Hakeem has redrawn a U. So he is going to go into his next turn anyway. So, all right, we're going to see FaZe with a nice Y hook here. Not the easiest to spot that hook of Ego. This looks really nice. Scores 39. It's not going to be easy to hit this F. I should note for Womble on ISC, or rather for Womble ISC, you've fallen into the classic trap that at some point we know FAPS is going to be good, but actually it's only FAP as a singular. It doesn't mean what you think it does yet. At some point it will. At some point it will, but not yet. So no FAPS. I know that's very disappointing. Ganef is the play for 27. So again, this might be just overlooking the Vooj spot here because really that seems a significant improvement to Ganef just because going into your next turn with VU, which Ganef does ensure that Hakeem will do, just makes it really tough. It's going to be really tough on him to have a productive turn next turn. Maybe he's going to get super lucky and draw the second blank. Maybe Timmy already has it. No, he clearly doesn't. Look at that. 3 N's. So will Hakeem manage to salvage a good next turn from VUS as a leave? And he drew pretty well to it. I don't think he has a bingo there, but it's closer than you could be. Drawing that AERT combination. Nice and balanced combo for Hakeem. But where is that second blank? That's the big question. That is the big question. All right, so Wayben suggesting Inion. Where do you see that? Did I misread? Fawn down low. Not opening anything else. Oh, Ultimo and Ratline. Oh, it's only 10 points, though. I think Fawn looks pretty good for 22. Anyway, score now is definitely at that point where, sorry, Timmy is up to 381. So Hakeem 336 is basically looking at getting a bingo down. You have to consider that to essentially be a must. It's pretty important to draw that blank, isn't it? Let me show you guys the unseen. Let me get out of the way here. Take myself off both screens here. So I think this is correct. Yes. Oh, there it is. There's that blank. Hinnor. Tin Horn at a minimum will go down alongside Ultimo, and that's never getting blocked. Tin Horn. It is from Hakeem's perspective. Conquistadorito. Very nice. I like that name. Rolls off the tongue. But yes, that's going to do it. So Hakeem, who got beaten by quite a lot in his previous game against John Iadun, is on the cusp of losing again. Inkhorn, too. That's probably, maybe it's a little bit better. But now, is there really any reason for Timmy to worry after that play of Gov? I don't think so. I think he's going to be totally fine to bingo here. Gov scored only 7 points. It left an excellent leave, but I do think that just bingoing here is going to put him up by way more than enough. Inkhorn is better. The reason that Inkhorn is better is the following. Tin Horn is... Hold on, let me get the tracking right. Okay, that's the unseen tiles are correct now. So the reason that Inkhorn is better is just that from Timmy's perspective after Tin Horn, you could get hit with a big play with a K right here. That would hurt a lot. At the same time, let's remember that Timmy has a tie on his scorecard. 13, you see it, the record, 13.5. So actually, it frees him up a little bit to not have to worry so much about margin of victory and worrying about stuff like that. He just has to win games, and he'll be fine. For the rest of the players that don't have a tie game, you do have to worry more about your margin of victory, as it is a critical tiebreaker for players with the same number of wins. Anyway, Timmy is in great shape here. He's already up by almost 40. And I just, having watched him play a lot, he is very unlikely to miss Tin Horn. He might miss Inkhorn, but he's definitely not going to miss Horning in that spot. So, yeah, Tin Horn gives notaries. Oh, very nice. Again, that should be no problem. Jojo, this is it. This is the last game of the day. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Obviously, some of that was downtime. But this is going to be it for today. And the schedule for tomorrow is as early as I can wake up. I'm going to try to get you guys coverage of rounds 21 through 24 and then the best of 5 finals. Once again, the finals is going to be between the top 2 finishers. Round 21 has already started. Get this back out in here. So all the players need to do, I say that as if it's easy, is finish in the top 2. So Hakeem is about to lose, Hakeem is about to lose 2 games in a row, and we see Timmy is about to play. What is it going to be? Of course, it's Inkhorn. This is definitely the best play here. Very nice. Hakeem, you see Hakeem sort of, I don't know if you detected it. I saw it. He sort of hung his head quickly, as if to say, "Oh, damn, I got close, but Not going to quite get there. So he is going to get close, I will say. He's going to bingo for 77 points, and he's going to catch Timmy with CEK on the rack. Best blunderer. Players communicate blank letters using a slip of paper. You can actually see it right here. This blue slip of paper on Hakeem's side has the alphabet written out, and players are expected to circle the blank, what letter they want the blank to be. That resolves any disputes. Well, not all, because sometimes when you circle the blank, you can do it really sloppy, and there can still be disputes over what letter was circled. But it's definitely better than just doing it verbally and then having players say, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. So, yeah, it's an improvement. So I do expect that we might see Inkhorn be challenged. I'm actually kind of surprised that it's not being challenged. Just to look. But maybe Hakeem just knows it's valid, which it is. It is a valid word. So he is very likely to respond with note. Whoops, that's not a very good straight line. Notarize right here. And that's going to finish the game. Timmy holding CEK. Let me just quickly get this up to date. Okay, there it is. There's the play we expected, the only playable bingo, and that is going to make the score 450 to 438. A pretty exciting game. Pretty impressive by Timmy Doko. It's been a couple times now where he's been down in a game and he's made a comeback in that game to pull a win out of the hat when it didn't look very good in the early going. So he did make a mistake early in this game of playing Ute when he could have played Wept for 15 more points or 16 more points. But either way, you are all seeing what I'm seeing in Timmy Doko being incredibly just unshakable. You can't rattle the guy by getting up 100 points early, doesn't panic, plays it cool, does everything he can, maximizing his chances to get back in the game, making two extremely impressive finds with the blanks, by the way. Both the best play in each of those situations. Pretty good stuff from the youngster. So again, he's going to win and move up to 14.5 wins. Hakeem drops his last two games of the day to finish at 15-5 through 20 rounds. But again, there are 4 more rounds until the finalists are determined. So that result is not in yet, but we are going to see the number 1 and number 2 seeds are going to stay exactly where they are. And starting tomorrow, we're going to see a rematch of this matchup if I can wake up at 4 a.m. local time to myself. If I cannot succeed in waking up at 4 a.m. local time and getting up to my office, I'm going to try to get back as soon as I can to catch more of the epic matchups that are going to be taking place in those last 4 rounds before the best of 5 finals. But for sure, we're going to see those finals. And who will it be? Is Hakeem going to hold on? Is Timmy Doko going to continue his surge up the standings? We've seen the Sikak at team multiple times look very impressive on the stream. Or will it be the defending champion, Wellington Jigare, winning all of his games tomorrow? Or 3 out of 4 at least is going to be required for him to make it into those finals. Or will somebody else lower down make a charge that we don't expect? Very exciting stuff. So with that, that's going to do it for the stream. The players are done. They've played 10 rounds today. Imagine 10 games of Scrabble on consecutive days. Pretty intense. I can attest that you get pretty tired after a day like that. But very impressively done by both players to play a nice game for us to sink our teeth into to end the stream. All right, so with that, I just want to do a little plug. That's going to do it for today. If you're jonesing for even more Scrabble coverage today, there will be more. It's going to be on letsplayscrabble.com. In fact, it's going to be on the YouTube channel of Let's Play Scrabble, which is going to be this, youtube.com at letsplayscrabble.com. letsplayscrabble.com. So this is a great destination to follow. They're going to be having live streaming coverage of their own event taking place in upstate New York, Lake George. So definitely encourage everybody to hop on over to that channel. I have no real way to raid, but there's going to be even more Scrabble coverage of some awesome players over there. So great. It's a great follow. If you enjoy what you're watching here today and want more of it, that's a great place to go. They're going to be up and running. I think they're on lunch break right now, but within the next hour or so, there's going to be even more Scrabble coming on that channel over on YouTube. So just wanting to plug them. But with that, we're going to sign off today. I'm going to go drink lots of tea and orange juice and all kinds of stuff and try to wake up as early as I can tomorrow to get you guys some great coverage of the exciting climactic final day here at the MGI Grand Slam 2023. Thank you, everybody, for watching.